Morning, Harold. How you been?
Good morning, Harold, and all.
Good morning to everybody.
Morning, Tom.
Good morning, somebody. Anybody?
Why, good morning, Chief Bonnie Jacobson, Upper Smokemean. Why,
Good morning, Ray Harris. I'm just checking if I'm connected here. Thank you. I'm in.
yay, you're in.
You're in the in crowd. Yay!
Woo, hoot, hoot.
Good morning, Ray, and everyone else.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Ray.
Good morning, Chief. How is the North Island?
Are we waiting for quorum before we get started or? You guys hear me okay?
Ma,
I can hear you.
Can hear you. It's stated in the side chat there that waiting for a quorum.
Yeah, maybe.
Digest and focus a little.
Thank you.
I am pleased to inform the delegation and our guests
Recording in
that the
progress.
quorum has been met. And just in time, as we were also digging past the meeting rules into the bylaws to check on those time limits and, just to make sure we were being consistent, and we are. So thank you very much for that. And of course, we continue to monitor that. In terms of our agenda, then, we will pick up with the overview and the adoption of the agenda. I'll do it very quickly if I could. It is distributed and available to all of you electronically. We have 12 agenda items today, plus we hope to get through 5 of the resolutions connected to those agenda items. We have 12 agenda items tomorrow, plus following a recess in the afternoon, we will have a Women's Council representative positions with the board. And then on the Thursday, we will have 3 items as we await the conclusion of the voting period, which ends at noon, and then we will do the election results and the closing. In terms of items that are on the agenda, very quickly, of course, we will hear from the regional chief, an update from the Bcafn Board of Directors, the Bcafn youth representatives, and a address by the national chief, Roseanne Archibald. Only available by video to us today, unfortunately, but pleased that she was able to arrange that. We will then turn to the business of the financial audit and the appointment of the auditor. We will hear from 6 of the 8 BC Indigenous candidates in the federal election this morning. Following lunch, we will then move to children and families, fisheries and aquaculture, BC First Nations gaming, First Nations Education Steering Committee, COVID-19 health priorities and vaccinations. Emergency management will be our final item today, later in the day. Tomorrow, we will be joined by Minister Murray Rankin for the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation. He will be present and also sit through the second agenda item, which is the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act implementation. We have designated some health breaks tomorrow, just as a heads up. So we just need to be careful as we go through our busy day today as well. Following tomorrow, we will come back to the climate change strategy and action plan, the Energy and Mining Council, Psycho's Forest Governance. After lunch, we will do anti-racism legislation, the dialogue sessions, and the murdered missing Indigenous women, girls, Two-Spirited Peoples Plus agenda item, First Nations and infrastructure, Indian residential schools, just before the health break in the afternoon, the BCAFN Economic Development Strategy, a education update from School District 57 on the findings of that process. And then, as I mentioned, after the adjournment tomorrow, we will have the All Candidates Forum for the Women's Council representative and an overview of the elections procedure by the BCAFN Electoral Officer, Ron Loffer. On Thursday, the 16th, again, following our opening, we will have the cannabis update and then the BC Governance Committee update as well. And we will be looking for a volunteer to join that committee. And so we'll be seeking from amongst the chiefs and proxies for that. We will then complete the remaining resolutions. There were 16 on-time resolutions, and you have until noon tomorrow to get in any late resolutions that you have. With that being very quickly a review of your agenda, I would look for a mover and seconder, and I'll ask you to use your raise hand function in the chat, in the Zoom function, if you would. I thank you, Cookby, for being the mover. May I have a seconder? I see Chief Jovanovic from Skidegate, so thank you very much, Chief Jovanovic. Appreciate that. Is there a need for discussion of the very busy agenda that we have before you? Again, I'll look to the hands functions. Seeing none. I would note as well, in your Zoom window, you will see the live transcript, so that is available to you. As we often note, it is often we'll miss up words, and it is particularly not good at capturing words in our language. And so, of course, no disrespect is meant by that, and we appreciate your understanding as that comes across your screen, and you will have a couple of options there. I do see a hand from a presenting observer from one of our Liberal candidates. So I'm going to hold off on that, just in the sense that we are still processing the agenda. And Ken, if you could put your question in the chat, that would help us. Seeing no questions on the agenda from our chiefs and proxies, let us call the question. Are there any objections to the agenda as presented? Are there, seeing none, are there any abstentions to the agenda as presented? Seeing none, and then with your permission, ladies and gentlemen, we will note that we will adopt the agenda. Let me just check my notes here. And that was a note from Ken Robertson, the Liberal candidate, to be added to that section. And I do have a note there for you, sir, that you were added to that based on an earlier communication. So thank you for clarifying that. And that was, you are in the 6 that I did mention. All right, agenda having been adopted, let us move to the welcome and address from the Regional Chief, Terry TG. We do have a brief recorded message, and of course, the Regional Chief is here with us as well.
Deniza, Tsekuza, Skiza, Chiefs, Hereditary Chiefs, thank you for attending the 18th Annual General Assembly of the British Columbia Assembly of First Nations. This year has been one of the most difficult many of us have had to face. In May, the unmarked graves of 215 children were found at the former Kamloops Indian Residential School site, and hundreds of more graves have been found across the country, with new investigations opening up. Our families and our communities knew that these graves were there, and we knew that there were many more, but the Canadian government refused to listen. Canadian society didn't heed our voices. It's heartbreaking that it took this grim discovery to get their attention, and we can only hope that these children can lead us to a better future, to move us further down the path of reconciliation, understanding, empathy, and real change. In addition to these discoveries, our communities are still dealing with a pandemic that seems to never end. We were hopeful this summer that we might have seen the end of COVID-19, but with the Delta variant, we are seeing the 4th wave currently underway. This summer has been one of the worst on record for wildfires in British Columbia. This is climate change. Lytton was burned off the map, and many of our communities have lost homes and other structures to the wildfires. As I record this, there were more than 5,000 homes evacuated, and so far there have been 1,500 wildfires. This year has been the 3rd worst fire season on record. But we carry on, we persevere. As Indigenous peoples, we have been through great tragedies, but we also know that by drawing strength from our culture, our traditions, and our ancestors, we will survive and thrive into the future. We have been working with our partners, Finesse, ISK, EMBC, and others to support communities in the midst of the wildfire season. I am happy to see the province is finally beginning to listen to our calls for a return to traditional burning to clear fuel from forest floors. It's clear the First Nations need more authority to fight and combat climate change. Diverse forests that support the traditional ways are also least likely to burn. To accomplish these goals, Bcafn staff will be hosting sessions with First Nations and youth to develop a BC First Nations climate strategy and action plan. On June 21st, National Indigenous Day of this year, an act respecting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples became law in Canada. Through our advocacy and efforts with federal ministers and our online campaign, thousands of people sent letters to senators to ensure the law passed. I spoke at Senate committees in favor of the legislation. This is an important milestone after years of pushing for the United Nations Declaration to be recognized by the Government of Canada. Of course, we are waiting to see how it is implemented. But in the meantime, the Bcafn and the National AFN Office will keep the pressure on. Here in British Columbia, we have been working with the province of BC on the implementation of Bill C-41, the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. We have a draft action plan in place that is currently open for feedback. Minister Rankin will be addressing this assembly to provide updates on this process, and we have been focusing our efforts on Section 3, the alignment of laws, and Section 7 agreements related to distinctions-based guidance and civil litigation guidelines. This year, the Bcafn has worked to champion vaccination in First Nations communities. We produced a beautiful public service announcement with art from Haida artist Derek Eatenshaw and music by Claytley Tanay musician Kim Gucci. The PSA was broadcast on major television networks in BC, as well as on APTN to a national audience, and distributed on social media. Our estimated audience size was 5 million people. Now, with the fourth wave crashing on us, we will be pushing for more vaccinations in coming months. We have also been working with partners to address racism in the healthcare sector following the release of Mariella Turpel-Lafon's In Plain Sight report. The pandemic has highlighted the serious need to address systemic racism in the healthcare system. The Bcafn held regional water roundtable discussions in December 2020 and again in March 2021. The FNLC will be engaging with First Nations in the near future to update the BC First Nation water rights strategy. This year, the Bcafn launched the BC First Nations Wellness Index. This report looks at how to move towards ways of measuring economic development that reflect community well-being. It's a groundbreaking report that we think will have huge impact in how we measure economic progress. We are also engaging in the investment policy for the NBC Strategic Fund, a $500 million triple bottom line fund that is the first of its kind in BC. Our policy team is building an international trade pilot project to improve access for First Nations businesses to foreign markets. And in response to COVID-19, we moved our popular business forum series online. Watch for the next Economic Development Forum to be held in the near future. With the increased interest in moving into cannabis business, the Bcafn launched a new cannabis toolkit this year, which includes templates for Band Council resolutions, case studies, and other useful information. Looking forward, we will be continuing our advocacy work to increase First Nations jurisdiction over cannabis cultivation and marketing. As we all know, First Nations people continue to face gross injustices at the hands of colonial governments and their police services. We are fighting this injustice in a number of ways. We are working to increase funding to First Nations policing, including acknowledging it as an essential service and not just a program. Through the AFN First Nations Policing Task Force, we have begun developing new legislation with key partners regarding First Nations policing essential services legislation and advocating for full support for our communities to undertake this important work. Further, the Bcafn is also working with the National Assembly of First Nations on a bilateral mechanism and legislative framework regarding restorative justice. To start to reduce the overrepresentation of First Nations people in prison, we are addressing minimum mandatory sentencing. We are also exploring conditional sentencing to increase flexibility and providing resources for community-based initiatives. This includes expanding both the quality and quantity of Gladue reports at sentencing. We are also actively working in partnership with the BC First Nations Justice Council and advocating for supports to ensure the implementation of the First Nations Justice Strategy here in British Columbia. Finally, the Bcafn has reappointed Rosalie Wilson as our representative on the BC First Nations Justice Council for another 3-year term. Congratulations, Rosalie. This year, the Bcafn engaged with impacted survivors and family members on the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls National Action Plan. The action plan was over a year late in coming, and we will be holding the government to account as it is implemented. The Bcafn also hosted dialogue sessions in April where Indigenous women and two-spirited, lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, queer, and intersex people came together. Through the dialogue sessions, Indigenous women were able to come together, support one another, give strength, and plan ways forward. The sessions revolved around the theme of gender identity, allyship, self-care, wellness, and reclaiming our distinct roles and responsibilities. Fisheries are essential to our identity as First Nations in BC and across the country. We have been supporting the Mi'kmaq fishers to exercise their inherent and treaty rights to harvest lobster. Here on the West Coast, we have successfully pressured DFO Minister Bernadette Jordan to remove open pen net fish farms from the Discovery Islands area. And we are positioning ourselves to play a key role in the development of the Pacific Salmon Strategy Initiative, which will focus on bringing salmon stocks back from their tragically low numbers. Housing is a major issue for all First Nations on and off reserve. I've been personally pushing back in Prince George against evictions and bylaws that target homeless people. First Nations represent 80% of this group. We will be expanding this work to the whole province and developing a strategy this fall. The Bcafn continues to hold up our youth and the development of our future leaders. We held an online youth forum in March this year. We have also launched a new youth-oriented website and Facebook group to help coordinate our numerous youth events. And I'm proud to say the Bcafn youth representative, Taylor Ben Tazoka, was appointed co-chair for 2021-2022 AFN National Youth Council Executive. Congratulations, Taylor. Masicho, thank you all for attending the 18th Annual General Assembly of the British Columbia Assembly of First Nations. I look forward to working with all of you in the near future for the betterment of our future generations and those generations yet to come. Thank you. Masicho.
Thank you very Thank Chief Don Tom for leading that resounding ovation. And I do want to thank the regional chief for those remarks. Did you wish to have a brief follow-up, or shall we carry on? Over to the regional chief, please.
Thank you, Harold. Deneza, Tsekuza, Skiza. First of all, I want to acknowledge the territory we're on, the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. And, you know, with the report and the current state of affairs that we're in right now, certainly disappointed that the leadership from the number of parties that will potentially make up government for the federal government won't be attending the AGM. But we do have candidates that perhaps will speak on behalf of their parties. I want to thank you all for, once again, thank you all online in attending this AGM, and want to thank the staff, all those that are here in the Hyatt Hotel where we're located right now. I want to thank Harold for once again chairing this meeting, and really important in terms of the start of this meeting. I just want to thank Dr. Point for that very important prayer and song to start us off in a good way. I want to also acknowledge our board of directors, Cookby Roseanne Casimir, Chief Harvey McLeod, Chief Councillor Elaine Moore, and Brian Nasu, the former chief of Wewekai, for really being there with myself in terms of the Bcafn. And I also want to thank and acknowledge Olgacho Chief Linda Price, who was acclaimed as a new board of director for the Bcafn. I want to thank Louisa for continuing on the work on the women's representative from Hillsuck for representing the Bcafn, and Justin Peters and Taylor Ben Tazoka for representing us as our youth representatives at the Assembly of First Nations. And I think certainly it's been a difficult time in terms of the last several months. Today is the last day of the state of emergency and wildfires, and yet we continue to deal with a number of emergencies. And really that's one of the questions and issues that we need to ask the federal parties in determining or how they will change its relationship with our Indigenous peoples. We went to the third worst fire season. We're still in a pandemic. We have issues with homelessness. We're still in the midst of an opioid crisis. And now we have a number of findings of a number of residential schools, not only in British Columbia, but around North America, where there's the number is over 6,000. So certainly this is the questions I would say that we should be asking the parties. What is the concrete action plans do you have for our Indigenous peoples, not only in British Columbia, but this country? We've heard it before in 2015 that, you know, the Liberal Party and Justin Trudeau stated was the most important relationship. Obviously, that's not the case anymore. So how are you going to come back to us as Indigenous peoples and lay out concrete plans of making systemic changes within government to deal with racism, to implement the 94 calls from the TRC? Really, this is one report out of many. We've been studied to death. We know what the problems are. So what's your commitment to Indigenous peoples in terms of implementing recommendations, not only with the TRC, but the National Action Plan, and also implementing the United Nations Declaration as federal law? What are the concrete action plans? What are the resources that you can put forward? And what's the timeline? Those are the questions that we need to be asking these federal parties, and the commitment towards Indigenous peoples, not only here in British Columbia, but also with Canada, and making this relationship a lot better, and also, you know, for the betterment of our people in the future. So I want to thank you all for attending the 18th AGM, and thank you, and certainly hope that the information that we share will support and help your community, and most importantly, our Indigenous peoples here in British Columbia. So with that, thank you, Harold. Masicho.
Thank you very much, Regional Chief. Moving on with our agenda, ladies and gentlemen, let us look to the update from the Bcafn Board of Directors. And speaking on behalf of the board, we'll look to Chief Harvey McLeod from Upper Nicola Indian Band. Chief McLeod.
Harvey McLeod, Almijo, Upper Nicola, Okanagan Nation. Good morning, chiefs, hereditary chiefs, grand chiefs, knowledge keepers, elders, youth, First Nations members, and honored guests. I would like to start off by thanking our knowledge keeper, Gwen, for opening us up in a really good way, and also acknowledge our knowledge keeper, Chief Robert Joseph, who's not here with us in the room, but always in spirit. As leadership for Bcafn, we lean on Gwen and Robert a lot to give us guidance and support for the work that we do. I also like to acknowledge the hard work and dedication of my fellow board members, leaders, Cookpee Roseanne Casimir, Chief Councillor Elaine Moore, Brian Azu, and coming on board, Chief Linda Price. This past year, during the pandemic and all of the atrocities that we faced as people, as communities, today is probably the first time that we've met each other in person. And it's so good to be back in the room to really get to know the characteristics of my fellow leaders, to get to know them and have some really good dialogue about who we are and why we're here to do the work that we do. Pleased to present the annual report for the leadership, the directors at this assembly for 2020-2021. Board of Directors continue to ensure that the resolutions and mandates provided by our membership from our previous AGM and the latest Special Chiefs Assembly are carried out in alignment with the Regional Chiefs mandate and the vision, mission, and values of our organization. I would also like to acknowledge the losses experienced in our communities since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. At the same time, we have also been contending with the opioid crisis, the devastating impacts of the wildfires, and the identification of 215 unmarked graves at the Kamloops Indian Residential School. As a result, First Nations have been grieving while trying to meet the ongoing critical needs of our family and our community. The board hold up all First Nations as we walk together in addressing these atrocities and finding ways to hold those responsible accountable while supporting our communities in healing. In the midst of this, First Nations continue to work and advocacy. We see that it is now bearing fruit and contributing to systemic change. The Federal Act representing the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples affirms that the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples applies to Canadian law, provincial, federally. We will continue to advocate for appropriate implementation of this act in a timely manner. Bcafn continues to focus on a number of priority areas, both provincially and nationally. Files that include children and families, fisheries, economic development, climate change, water, shared territories and overlaps, emergency management, implementation of the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act in BC, cannabis, justice and policing, language and culture, food security, women, and 2 SLGBTQIA+ wellness and leadership. The regional chief and staff continue to be engaged with federal and provincial counterparts and work alongside our First Nations Leadership Council partners, the Union of BC Indian Chiefs and the First Nations Summit. Since our last AGM, the board has worked on the development of the Bcafn strategic plan. Through a number of facilitated engagement sessions and reviews, the Bcafn strategic plan was adopted on June 24th, 2021. This plan included a revamped organizational chart, along with the revisions of the vision and mission statements and the development of value statements that reflect who Bcafn is and how we do our work. As identified in the nomination package distributed in July 2021, there were 4 board positions available. As of the deadline date of August 3rd, 2021, 2 nomination packages were accepted and applicants were acclaimed to these positions. There is now 1 vacant position, and the board of directors have agreed to issue an expression of interest upon conclusion of this. We encourage member delegates to put their names. The board would also like to welcome the newly acclaimed board of directors for 2021, Chief Linda Price from Alcacho, and me. Yours truly. The board would also like to thank outgoing board of director Brian Azu for all the hard work and commitment to Bcafn, and to my friend Chief Charles Morvan, who vacated his position on March 31st, 2021, as he took on a new role with his community. Also, the board would like to thank and acknowledge Chief Counselor Elaine Moore, who volunteered to take on the vacated position on April 1st, 2021. Thank you to the Chiefs and Assembly for providing us the opportunity to work on your behalf with Regional Chief Terry Tg and the staff at the Bcafn. As we move forward as an organization and First Nations, we wish everyone wellness and a valuable time of dialogue as we gather together for this AG. White Limlet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief McLeod, and thank you very much to the board, and good to see you again, Brian. Let us turn our attention to the BC AFN youth representatives, and so we will look to their Zoom locations, and let us turn first to Justin Peters, followed by Taylor Bain Tsakoza. Justin, over to you.
Light, Huskahal, East Gleason's Comhestion. My name is Justin Peters. I am the male youth representative for the British Columbia Assembly of First Nations, and I've held this position for almost 2 years now. Over to you, Taylor.
Merci, Justin. Nega Dagondi, Sadzikla, Taylor Bain Tsakoza, Ote. Good morning, everyone. My name is Taylor Bain Tsakoza. I am the female youth representative for the BCAFN. I am Dene, and I come from the Fort Nelson First Nation up here in northeastern BC, Treaty 8 territory.
We'd like to begin by thanking our elder knowledge keeper, Gwendolyn Point, for the opening prayer and opening up this ceremony in a good way.
Yes, and we'd also like to thank the chief and delegates for supporting Justin and I and allowing us to represent the First Nations youth in BC.
It was a busy start to the year in 2021. Taylor and I were working with BC AFN staff to organize the BC AFN youth training sessions and youth forum on March 26th and 27th earlier this year, which was a key activity identified in the funding we received from the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation.
Yeah, we had a goal to host an event that would provide tools and resources for First Nations youth in BC to operate and engage in online platforms during the pandemic and beyond. Despite the events being virtual, they were a great success. We had over 40 First Nations youth from across the province attend the two-day event.
Based on our goals, 3 key themes emerged from these events, which focused on social media, mental health, and entrepreneurship. We had 3 keynote speakers join us to talk about topics, including the APTN host and founder of the Matriarch Movement, Shayla Stonechild, to talk about social media influencing. We also had Madeline Terbasket, who is a performer and a storyteller, joined to talk to us about mental health. And we also had celebrity chef Sebon Dedvekovic join us to share her experience on being the first Indigenous woman to be on Canada's Top Chef and her path to her successes.
Youth participants provided us with really positive feedback at the end of the youth forum, indicating that they also indicated sessions offered them an opportunity to connect with other youth during this time of isolation in the pandemic. Overall, the youth expressed that they would like to see more First Nations youth-focused events in the future that focus on climate change, 2S, LGBTQIA+ representation, and mental health.
We have also just received some exciting news that the proposal Taylor, myself, and the BC AFN staff prepared to the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation for the 2021-2022 funding year, which has also been approved, which will support the work we did last year to continue connecting with our fellow First Nations youth around BC.
Justin and I thought about how we can better connect with youth, especially during the pandemic, and we decided that we wanted to start a podcast, which Justin and I will be hosting, and we'll be inviting other Indigenous youth to talk about a range of topics to promote Indigenous youth leadership and advocacy work.
We are also hoping to host an in-person BC AFN Youth Forum in 2022, in addition to developing a handbook for future BC AFN youth representatives to support their new roles as young leaders in their position.
We would also like to continue building the new youth.bcafn.ca website, which was launched in June on National Aboriginal Day. This website will help promote Indigenous youth-centered content, including events, contests, opportunities, and BCAFN priorities for Indigenous youth in BC. And where podcasts, and this is where also will be where our podcast is featured. We are super excited to gain more traction with the website and ultimately have it to be an information hub for First Nations youth in BC and potentially beyond.
At the annual General Assembly in 2020, a resolution was passed for Bcafn to work with the UBCIC, the First Nations Summit, and the BC Coalition to end youth homelessness within BC, along with other like-minded organizations, so that we can develop youth housing strategies and an Indigenous youth housing action plan.
Yeah, and since then, Justin and I have joined the coalition to collaborate with other youth leaders in the province in advancing this work. We have recently identified a working group who will be working on a youth housing action plan, and we look forward to updating our leadership at the upcoming Special Chiefs Assembly in 2022 on this progress.
For an individual update, this summer I worked with the Department of Justice Canada with other Indigenous youth across Canada to develop a video project aimed at educating Canadians on the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. Also, I've been working with an organization called Decolonize Water, which is a group formed to explore and advocate for moving towards declaring sacred bodies of water in Canada to have legal rights and to preserve our spiritual relationships that we have with water. Taylor.
Thanks, Justin. Yeah, it's been a busy year for both Justin and I, but I think on a personal level, since being elected as the female youth representative back in November of 2020, I've really tried to take the opportunity to learn as much as I can and to use my voice where I think it's needed. As Regional Chief TG mentioned, I was appointed to the co-chair of the National Youth Council back in June. Really honored to hold this position alongside Rosalie Labillawa. And it's also a really exciting time for the council, as this is the first all-female identifying executive for the National Youth Council. So all four of us are female identifying. So it's really, just a really exciting time. And it's to be under the leadership of our new national chief, Archibald. It's just, really, really exciting times to see women taking these leadership roles and for myself to be a part of that. So I think Regional Chief for your support in that, and also the National Youth Council as well. As well, back in January, on behalf of the National Youth Council—
Indigenous Relations, can I help you?
Sorry.
It is not. Nope. This is the BC Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation. Maybe I can help you find the other. What was the organization?
Yeah.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, hang on a second, Taylor and Justin. We're good? All right, sorry about that. Carry on.
Thank you.
That wasn't part of the script.
Yeah, I was like, wait. And so I just wanted to mention also on behalf of the National Youth Council, myself and Carson Robinson, who's the Manitoba male rep, sat on the advisory committee for the first ever State of Youth report. So we're part of a 12 youth advisory group under the direction of Prime Minister Trudeau and his youth council. So we drafted and published the first ever State of Youth report, which tried to answer the question, how are youth in Canada doing today? So if you have a chance, I highly suggest you look it up online. A lot of good info on there, and I think it gives a really good bird's eye view of how youth are doing today in Canada. And lastly, I'll just mention that there's on behalf of the National Youth Council, we were invited from the First Nation and Inuit Health Branch to sit on a sub-working group for COVID-19 to try and increase vaccination rates amongst Indigenous youth across Canada. Pfizer has been approved for 12 and up, and so they invited a few of us to be part of a working group to try and increase the numbers of Indigenous youth that are getting vaccinated. So I also sit on that. And it's been fun, and I just thank all the chiefs and proxies that continue to support the youth in doing the work that we get to do. So must be.
Thanks, Taylor. So in conclusion, We have a very busy year ahead of us, and we're looking forward to all the exciting work that we will accomplish with the goal to engage more of our fellow First Nations youth in BC.
Yes, and on behalf of Justin and I, we really thank the Chiefs and Assembly and the Bcafn staff for your continued support in our roles. And again, thank our knowledge keeper, Dr. Gwendolyn Point, for opening us up in a good way.
Also going back to our knowledge keeper, Gwendolyn Point, she said yesterday in our board meeting that leadership is about being a beacon of light. So we'd also like to extend our thanks and gratitude to Regional Chief Terry Teegee and all the other chiefs in BC for being that light in what has been a very difficult year for us all. So thank you for attending. Thank you for being a part of this organization. And I'd like to say white limp limp and have a great day and great rest of the AGA. Thank you.
Thank you very much to both of you. Impressive as always. I recall having the privilege of participating in the candidates debate where you took your positions, and again, impressive there and impressive here. So appreciate that. Let us carry on and let us turn to the remarks from the National Chief, Rose Archibald, and Taylor has nicely explained and talked about the impact of the election of the first female National Chief, which all of us had the privilege to bear witness to this summer. Let us turn to the video for the National Chief.
Wakta Oshkanigoak, Roseanne Archibald, Natishnagassan, Dagatagamashkatelgoichian. Good morning, everyone. National Chief here. I am happy to be bringing you this video message for your meeting. First of all, I would like to acknowledge the Creator, the world around us, and our place within it. I'm coming to you from my own home territory of Dakotagamo Nation, and I acknowledge all of you on your home territories. Miigwech to Knowledge Keepers Dr. Gwendolyn Point and Chief Robert Joseph for the opening blessing and opening words. I want to also acknowledge and say miigwech to Regional Chief Terry Teegee, as well as the Bcafn Board of Directors for your ongoing leadership. And I acknowledge your youth representatives, Justin Peters and Taylor Ben Sakozuawa. I hope I said that okay. This has been a challenging year for many, navigating a pandemic, wildfires, record heat waves, and collectively grieving the little ones who did not return home from what I am calling the institutions of assimilation and genocide. Through our collective grief and hardships, there comes hope and an opportunity for fundamental change. For example, this year, federal legislation to implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples was passed by the Senate of Canada, which now sets the standard necessary for the dignity, survival, and well-being of Indigenous peoples. This also complements the provincial work done in your region on provincial UNDRIP legislation. This year, the number 215 has become emblazoned upon our consciousness, because it was this year that in Secwepemc territory that Canadians and the world first learned about how innocent children died and were buried in unmarked graves. I want to acknowledge the leadership of Roseanne Casimir, her council, and community. I stand in support of all survivors, intergenerational survivors, loved ones, family members, and First Nation leaders who have undertaken the painful work of recovering these innocent children. The BC region was instrumental in the recent announcement from the federal government made last month on new spending commitments and naming a special interlocutor. It is a long overdue step in acknowledging the devastating harm that these institutions brought forth for many generations and how that legacy of harm continues today. Now is the time for accountability and action. And it was also this year where chiefs and proxies from coast to coast to coast elected me as the Assembly of First Nations first woman national chief, for which I am humbled, honored, and grateful. Now is the time to build on this momentum and continue to make transformative, evolutionary change for our peoples, our children, and our nations. As we approach the upcoming federal election next week on September 20th, Canadians must be made aware that First Nation priorities are Canadians' priorities. I have launched the Healing Path Forward, a platform outlining the priority areas for strengthening, rebuilding, and healing First Nations. I will work alongside the next federal government to ensure that First Nation priorities are top of mind and commitments are followed through. Thank you to all the First Nations in BC and across the country for your continued strength, relentlessness, and resiliency in helping to build a better, more equitable Turtle Island for everyone. Again, thank you to Regional Chief TG and the entire Bcafn team for your ongoing support and dedication in addressing First Nation priorities. I look forward to working with you all, standing with you, advocating with you, and supporting you with your plans for progress. Have a productive AGM meeting over the next 3 days. There is a healing path forward, and we will get there by working together. Ninanaskamun Gasakitan. Ninanaskamun in my language, of course, means I am grateful, I am thankful, I thank you, and Gasakitan means I love you.
Thank you very much, National Chief. As noted, that was a video presentation, and so we do need to move on. We will turn to the agenda item on our financial audit. We are joined by Michaela Roque from KPMG, who's been appointed as the auditor, who will present the 2020-2021 audited financial statements, and then we will look to do some resolutions around accepting those and appointing the auditor for 2022. Over to you, Michaela.
Morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Harold.
Welcome.
Thank you. So thank you, everyone, for having me here. I'm calling in from Prince George, so the traditional unceded territory of the Lheidli T'enneh. So thank you so much for having me present the audit to you today. I'm going to share my screen, so I hope everyone can see our presentation. So Harold, can I just, if you can let me know if, okay, perfect. Thank
there you go.
Thank you. Thank you. So my name is Michaela Roque. I'm an audit partner here at KPMG in Prince George. So I've worked with the BC Assembly of First Nations for a few years now, and I do want to extend a huge thank you to their management team. You know, they've been fully transparent in a very, very difficult time that I know so many more priorities than an audit, but still regulations that need to be fulfilled. And so, you know, they were very open, honest, and transparent with us to try to get this audit done virtually as well. So a huge thank you to Melanie and the team there for all your hard work and helping our team get the audit done. So first I'm going to go through and just let you know about the auditor's report this year, and then I'll just go through the overview of the financial statements with you. So KPMG did, for the fiscal year March 31, 2021, issue a clean audit opinion to the BC Assembly of First Nations. So that means that there were no material misstatements in our audit that were found to lead us to not issue an opinion on the statements, but everything went well, and we were provided all the audit information we needed to be able to issue this opinion. As well, there I do have my email address in case there are any questions that come
Yeah,
up,
plus
we aren't able to answer necessarily today in the time frame allotted. Please, I welcome any questions. Please reach out throughout the year, even if you have things come up. So I'm going to start first with the financial assets. So this is the cash and receivables and amounts that are waiting to be collected at the March 31 fiscal year. So cash is sitting at 2.4 million compared to 2.1 million in the previous year. So cash went up a little bit this year due to receivables from the prior year being collected that were waiting to be received. As you can see, accounts receivable 258,000 compared to 686 in the previous year. So this accounts receivable is funders waiting with the funding.
Summerland 1.
So this is just funding that was waited to be collected right at March that was owed for the fiscal 2021 year and just hadn't been received yet. So total financial assets, 2.7 million compared to 2.8 million the previous year. I just want to remind everyone that in the cash though it's not just free and open cash. There are projects and deferrals that the cash has been received, but for projects that need to be executed in fiscal 2022. So everything's included in that $2.4 million balance, but it is designated for specific purposes. So here are the non-financial assets. So these are balances that are harder to convert to cash. So tangible capital assets, this is your computers and furniture equipment that is harder to sell and convert for funds. Tangible capital assets sitting at 280,000 compared to 331,000 in the previous year. There were a few small little purchases in the year, but mostly it declined due to the balance declined due to what we call depreciation or amortization. So the wear and tear on all the assets every year a little bit has to be reduced and expensed as per the accounting standards to make sure that the balance is a fair representation of the value of the assets. And then there's some prepaid expenses, 17,000 compared to 19,000 the previous year. This is for any bills that were paid in advance of say fiscal 2022. So the total non-financial assets, 298,000 compared to 350,000 in the previous year. So then we go to the flip side. This is the balances that BC Assembly First Nations owed at March 31 and that had to be paid for that fiscal year. So accounts payable and accrued liabilities, 467,000 compared to 617,000 in the previous year. Now this is all the bills, any vendor payments that were owed in fiscal 2021 that hadn't been paid yet, any payroll or anything to do with HR, any payments outstanding to staff are all included there. And then the next line here is deferred revenue, 2.1 million, very similar to last year. So this is, as mentioned in the cash, this is cash that has been received from your funders, but the projects hadn't necessarily yet been executed. The biggest piece in here, 1.8 million, is from MER, waiting to be collected, or has been collected, but waiting to be executed, specific projects that need to be done or waiting to be completed. And MER is the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation. So there's a big pieces there waiting to be still executed. Long-term debt, 122,000. So this is just a term loan that's being paid off. It was 157,000 in the previous year. So been reduced by the regular payments this year. So total financial liabilities, 2.7 million compared to 2.8 in the previous year. And then we'll go to the operations. So these are all the transactions that happened in the year. So revenue, 3.7 million compared to what was budgeted, 5.6 million. And just make a note there that in the budget, it was expected to execute all the projects. So as I mentioned, there's about $2 million, $2.1 million sitting in deferred revenue. So that's just waiting to be spent. So the budget includes projects that had been anticipated to be done or where either couldn't happen because of COVID or funding came in quite a bit later. The projects couldn't be executed right away, which is why you see a difference between the budget and the actual. And expenses very much in line with what is received for revenue, all 3.7 million compared to the 5.4 that was expected to be spent. And then prior year was in the range of $4 million. So last year there were some projects where the contracts did come to an end. So there was work around the commitment document, cannabis working group, and climate change projects, where the projects just weren't necessarily, no additional funding was received for this fiscal 2021, which you see a little bit of a reduction in revenues due to those projects coming to an end. So that means that BC Assembly of First Nations ended up with an annual deficit of $15,807 compared to a deficit of $24,000 in the previous year. So I added these slides here just so that everyone in the audience here can see where the revenue gets split between what type of funders. So Indigenous Services Canada accounts for, of that 3.7 million, Indigenous Services Canada accounts for 39% of that funding. Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation accounts for 36%. And another significant funder is the Assembly of First Nations, which accounts for 23% of that 3.7 million. And then we did put a comparative there. Indigenous Services Canada was 32% of a funder last year. Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliations, as mentioned, there was quite a few projects last year undertaken, and so 45% of funding was from them, and then Assembly of First Nations, 17%. This year there was additional funding received from Assembly of First Nations for COVID, for the impacts of COVID-19, which is why you see a bit of a jump in from 17% to 23% this year. And then the expenses as well, so you can see how, in which areas they are spent. So of the 3.7 million, 36% of it is administration function, 8% cultural events, 19% legislation, and 37% of policy development. And then again, in comparison for fiscal 2020, 36% as well continues to be administration. 2% of cultural events last year, and 32% around legislation and policy came in at 30% of the 3.7 million is what was spent on policy development. So this year there was additional funding received from ISK for special projects around the joint development and implementation of the UN Declaration and strong Indigenous food systems. So there was additional funding received for certain projects as well this year. So there were new ones and as well, not just contracts ending from last year, just smaller amounts, which is why it looks like there's a decrease from 4 million to 3.7 million in the previous year. So that was all I had for you today as an overview of the financial statements. I'm happy to take any questions if anyone would like to discuss further any of the topics. I'm sure Melanie and Vanessa, I'm sure, are online as well. Your great team as well that has more than enough information and details on everything. So we welcome questions.
Thank you very much, Michaela. Much appreciated, and nicely done in terms of taking all that information and organizing it in nice, easy, understandable chunks. So thanks for doing that. Often we see these presentations and they put the entire financial statement on there, which in this forum doesn't quite work. Are there any questions regarding the 2020-2021 audited financial statements? Please use your raised hands function. Second call for any questions on the audit as presented. And third call, seeing none, then let us thank Michaela for that and turn to draft resolution number 1, the adoption of the 2020-2021 audited financial statements. I do need a mover and a seconder for this, and it is essentially to adopt these financial statements which have just been presented and which have been provided. I want to thank Chief Jovanovic for the offer to move the resolution. Thank you very much for that, Chief. And I see Cookby Christian is there as a seconder. I do want to thank Chief Lugie for her offer as well. So being moved and seconded, the resolution is there in front of you again, whereas KPMG was appointed through resolution to act as BC's auditor, BCAFN's auditor for the term of 1 year, and where they have prepared and presented an independent auditor's report for 2020-2021 fiscal year to the Chiefs in Assembly. Therefore be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly hereby adopt the 2020-2021 audited financial statements as presented at the BCAFN 18th Annual General Meeting of September 14, 15, and 16, 2021. Is there a need for any discussion of the resolution, noting that Cook v. Robbins has asked for the question to be called? So last check to see if there are any need for discussion of the resolution, and seeing no hands raised or anyone waving frantically in the gallery, then let us look to see if there are any objections to the resolution to adopt the 2020-2021 audited financial statements. Seeing no objections, are there any abstentions? Any abstentions to this resolution? Seeing none, and then with your permission, we note that this resolution is adopted by unanimous consensus. Thank you very much for that. I will ask you to turn your attention to resolution number 2, which is the appointment of the auditor. And again, I will need a mover and a seconder for that. And it is to hereby appoint KPMG as the auditor for the next fiscal year. I see Chief Lugie has offered to move that, and Chief Beverly John is as the seconder. So thank you very much for that, Chief Lugie and Chief John. And with that, again, noting the requirement to appoint an auditor and the fact that KPMG has served as the auditor, therefore be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly hereby appoint KPMG LLP as the auditor for the BC Assembly of First Nations to hold office until the auditor is re-elected or a successor is elected at the next annual general meeting. Is there a need for discussion of this resolution? And is there a need discussion? Seeing none, let us then call the question. Are there any objections to this resolution? Are there any objections to this resolution? Seeing none, then let us see if there are any abstentions to this resolution. Are there any abstentions to this resolution? Seeing none or hearing none, then we would note that this resolution is hereby adopted by unanimous consensus. Thank you very much for that, ladies and gentlemen. We will move to our agenda item, and I would note that we are a mere 13 minutes behind schedule, so I do want to thank everyone for that, helping to make that happen. We now have 7 of the candidates, 7 of 9 candidates, I believe, who are Indigenous running in the federal election and here from BC. We will take them in the order that we see them on the agenda, and we will add Ken Robertson and Breen Willett at the end of the order. We've asked them to speak in about 5-minute intervals at maximum if possible. And then we'll see where we are in terms of time for any discussion prior to taking our break. With that, I will turn it over to Joan Phillip for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, the New Democratic Party. And I see that she has joined us. Perhaps I'll ask the host to change her name on the screen. So over to you, Joan. Welcome and good to see you again.
Thank you very much. Limlim, why is Quist Ancient? That's my traditional name. It's from Tsleil-Waututh. We really reached a critical juncture in our history. I noted that yesterday was the anniversary of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and tragically, not much has changed since its adoption. However, I also note that Canada rejected that endorsement back in 2007. We still have no drinking water for some communities, devastating housing shortages. We've had wildfires that have destroyed homes, crops, and people's lives. The 94 calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. There's been an anemic response to that. And we have gotten to the point where after 154 years of liberals and conservatives, we need to choose differently. On behalf of my 15 grandchildren, we need to make better choices. On behalf of the land, water, and air that in our territories, we need to make better choices. I know that we've been on the other side of just about every political party. However, the New Democratic Party, most of the candidates have not grown up with silver spoons in their mouth. We've been there, we've done that, and we are committed to raising everyone up, not just the top 1%. We want to level the playing field, and we want to fulfill the promises that have been made by previous governments with respect to honoring our rights and our title. So thank you very much. And I want to thank, of course, the BC Assembly of First Nations, and in particular, our regional Terry TG, for allowing us this time to address the chiefs and assembly. So why?
Thank you very much for that, Joan. Greatly appreciated. And thank you for helping us with our time management issues as well. Let us turn to Michelle Corfield for Nanaimo Ladysmith for the Liberal Party of Canada. Michelle, over to you and welcome.
Okay, I just want to ask, I have a memo from the Prime Minister. Do you want that after or now?
It is your 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to do me first and Tim second. How's that? Good morning, everyone. Chu Kleko Boltotsky, Youthutha. I want to say thank you to the elders, Gwen Point and Robert Joseph, for the morning's prayer. And I'd like to acknowledge that I'm joining you from Nanaimo territory. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Dr. Michelle Corfield, a member of Ucluelet First Nation. I'm here today as the Liberal candidate for Nanaimo Ladysmith. This is the second general election that I am presenting to the Bcafn. Regarding my candidacy, I have worked with many of you in the past 25 years in several capacities on important initiatives. I will continue to work on your priorities if I'm elected as a member of Parliament on September 20th, and will always be an advocate and lobby on your behalf. I reaffirm my door will always be open. Many of you probably wondering why I chose the Liberal Party to run as a candidate again. Aside from core values and objectives aligning with the Liberal Party, I'm honoring my mother's direction. Some of you may remember her, Evelyn Corfield, to run as a Liberal candidate again before her passing last year or 2 years ago. Since the 2015 general election, the Liberal government's road to reconciliation for Indigenous peoples has been rocky. Each of us has been touched and affected by the recently found remains at former residential schools across the country. We still have our children in care. We have rising mental health and addiction problems due to the worldwide pandemic. And we have our communities evacuated and lost millions of dollars of housing and infrastructure due to the climate crisis we are in. And we'll still have, but don't have safe, clean, and reliable drinking water on all reserves. Today, I'm reminding you that the Liberal government has invested billions of dollars into our communities in the past 6 years, especially with the additional COVID relief support. We did not and will not see that kind of investment from a conservative government, nor is the Liberal government the cause of the centuries of oppression, colonization, and atrocities our people have endured. We all have the responsibility, the federal government and First Nations, to educate all Canadians of the true history of Canada and end the systemic colonial oppression and racial discrimination. The Liberal platform will continue addressing the legacy of colonization in residential schools with funding in our communities. A re-elected Liberal government will appoint a special interlocutor who will work with your communities and the provincial government to develop the necessary legal and regulatory framework to advance justice regarding unmarked graves and make recommendations relating to the federal laws. regulations, policies, and practices surrounding unmarked and undocumented graves and burial sites at residential schools. This includes providing necessary support for communities who wish to continue undertaking burial searches at these sites and institutions. A re-elected Liberal government commitments include providing funding towards construction of a permanent home for the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation, continue to fully implement the Act respecting First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families, and continue to support communities looking to assume jurisdiction over family services, continue to reform child and family services in Indigenous communities, continue to work with Indigenous communities to help children and families stay together, permanently ensure that First Nations youth who reach the age of majority receive the supports they need for up to 2 additional years, and implement the orders of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, continue to work with Indigenous partners to ensure fair and equitable compensation for those harmed by the First Nation Child and Family Services programs, move forward on building an Indigenous early learning and childcare system that meets the needs of Indigenous families where they live, and create 3,300 new spaces, invest in an Aboriginal Head Start in urban and northern communities, continue to fund Jordan's Principles, accelerate implementation of the federal pathways to addressing missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and SLGBTQIA+ people with Indigenous partners, create a standing federal, provincial, and territorial table on missing and murdered women to facilitate and coordinate the work, a whole of government approach to implement UNDRIP and ensure that ministers, offices, and ministers work alongside Indigenous people to advance their rights. The recent wildfires and worldwide pandemic devastating results have further exposed the desperate need for safe and affordable housing in our communities. A re-elected federal government, Liberal federal government, has committed to invest an additional $2 billion in Indigenous housing, with over half the funding available by the upcoming summer construction period. Co-develop new Indigenous urban, rural, and northern housing strategy with Indigenous partners that will be a standalone companion to the National Housing Strategy, and supported by a $300 million initial investment, co-develop and fund Canada's first ever National Indigenous Housing Centre to fully oversee federal Indigenous housing programs, continue to support the establishment of Indigenous-led institutions in housing and infrastructure. It is imperative to ensure that mental health care is treated fully and equally as part of Canada's universal public health care system. A re-elected Liberal government will establish a new federal transfer to provinces and territories, the Canada Mental Health Transfer, to assist BC to expand the delivery of high quality, accessible, and free mental health services, with an initial investment of $4.5 billion over 5 years to complement the existing bilateral agreement signed in 2017. This is in addition to further investments to support our communities with better access to trauma and mental health services to save lives from opioid overdose deaths. We need a whole of society approach. A re-elected Liberal government will continue to take an evidence-based approach to problematic substance abuse and work with BC to support innovative approaches so that Canadians have access to the care and support they need, including comprehensive strategy to address problematic substance use and end the opioid crisis. Funding for education and evidence-based treatment. The Liberal government has taken a strong action and invested over $4 billion in 535 water infrastructure projects across the country. Over 109 long-term water advisories have been lifted, prevented 188 short-term advisories from becoming long-term ones, and provided communities with 100% of the cost for maintaining the water infrastructure and ensure clean water. This work continues, and the re-elected Liberal government will make any investments necessary to eliminate all remaining advisories and make sure all necessary resources and training are in place to prevent future ones. Continue
Michelle,
to
I do need to interject just to let you know that you are well over the 5 minutes.
Oh my God, sorry.
Yes.
Blame my writers.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways,
yeah,
there's a whole bunch more stuff.
You do need to, you do need some time to take a breath as well.
So I'll just end it there. The Liberals have a great plan. It's in our platform, and I am honored to be a candidate again. Maybe if I don't have time to read the Prime Minister's notes, then I will send it to Maureen and she can pass it out.
All right, thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. And perhaps if we get a chance to circle back, we will, but I do want to turn to Adina Young for Skeena Buckley Valley for the Green Party. Welcome, Adina.
Thank you. Sangait la Guljut anga, kilsly anga, hadalasis, delang wadluant auf kiltlang, du au hadagang, gaodas gustu di kolagang, duj athlanis gagang, jutkin justice gan with all canas hinu di had kil nanalang kiagang, kun au hinu di au had kil kyang, kun jadas hinu di had kil kyang, adini yang yata de hinu di kyang. People held in high regard, good people, thank you all for listening to me today. I'm a Masset living in Haida. I belong to the Jothlanis Eagle clan. My late grandmothers are Wasal Kanas and Jetkinjas. My mother's Haida name is Kunau. My Haida name is Kunjadas. And my English name is Adina Young. I want to thank you all and congratulate all the candidates who are in this campaign and on the campaign trail in this snap election. I'm sure it's been tough, and I think we probably all have the good teams behind us to move forward. So I want to share with you some of the things that I have written, and again, thank you all for putting your names forward. So in the 2015 election, 11 Indigenous MPs were elected. In the 2019 federal election, there were 10 Indigenous MPs elected. This election, 2 Indigenous MPs publicly announced they will not be seeking re-election. There are at least 77 Indigenous candidates this election compared to the 62 who ran in 2019. There are 338 ridings all across Canada. Indigenous representation is vital in Canadian government. Indigenous communities get a land acknowledgement where representative in business. The history of the formation of Canada is becoming common knowledge. On May 29th, 2021, the horrific announcement of 215 children were found at a former Indian residential school. And the count for children's remains at other IR schools are now over 6,000. Indigenous representation is vital. A little bit about my riding here in the Skeena Bulkley is that we have the largest landmass of the ridings all across Canada, which is mainly wildlife. SBV's population is 1/3 Indigenous. SBV also includes all major industries through the riding: oil and gas, logging, and fishing. Many people are employed by these industries, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous. The Green Party commit to stopping TMX and other pipeline development and expansions. This leads to concerns at the local and federal level, such as loss of jobs in the national economy and everything in between. We hear about free, prior, and informed consent with Indigenous communities when it comes to industry development within their territories. But that doesn't mean it can't be used in the transition away from oil and gas. Employees, unions, CEOs, and entities impacted by the transition should have FPIC during this transition. Let's remember, FPIC is a tool and leads to informed decision-making to help build a better tomorrow. My commitment would be to change the status quo of consultation and use SPIC as a tool to make informed decisions for a better together. Collaborative decision-making is a priority. Inclusive conversations is a priority. Financial safety and security is a priority. Cultural identity is a priority. Detailed plans of transition and changing the status quo of consultation has to change. Accountability needs to be had. I will hold myself accountable to you. Your truth is my power in making informed decisions. Be on the side of history of changing the status quo. And why did I choose the Green Party? Because the Green Party were established to address issues from the grassroots level that other parties were delayed in reacting to. Only the Green Party has rejected the doctrine of discovery to respect Indigenous sovereignty. Since the Green Party are founded in nonviolence, social justice, and ecological thinking, it was a good choice for me as an Indigenous woman to jump on board with the party. The Green Party allows for your MP to represent you and your riding without the whipped votes in as the status quo goes. With the Green Party, I can and will be the voice of those within our riding while practicing respect and reciprocity, which can only lead to meaningful and impactful change within our riding. The Green Party are built of diversity and with nonviolent foundation allows room for personal and professional growth. And with the advocation of the Green Party, I would also like to say that now is the time for all parties to work together. We need Indigenous representation in all levels and in all diversities. Thank you, everybody, and congratulations to all the candidates, and may the best candidate be held in high regard with much dignity and respect. Hawa, thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Adina. And I'm pleased to note that none of the candidates are running against each other in this one. So that's nice comfort to an election thought for us. Let us turn to Cheryl Matthew, Vancouver East, also with the Green Party. Welcome, Cheryl.
Thank you. White with YTEP, Cheryl Matthew and Squext. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the unceded territory of the Coast Salish that we're on today, and thank you to the elder for their opening. I am from the Seat First Nation on my father's side, the late Ronald Matthew, and from Adams Lake on my mother's side, Jerry Matthew. So I think that makes me twice Shaquetin, but anyway, I really am so pleased to be here today to begin to address some of the questions that people have, and thank you to Adriana for sharing some of our policy platform. I'm really proud to be here representing the Green Party of Canada for Vancouver East. I've had a long-standing commitment to my riding, having been a volunteer as the president of the Urban Native Youth Association and working with them when first moving to Vancouver East in the 90s, and also as the co-coordinator for the Native Youth Movement. I'm on the board currently with the Vancouver Aboriginal Community Policing Center and founded the Center for Native Policy and Research, where we had our office on Hastings and Cambie. The nonprofit, I also volunteer with a nonprofit as the executive director because I have so much extra time, and it's called To Protect Our Indigenous Sister Society. And we work on issues of violence against Indigenous women, families, girls, boys, and LGBTQ2S+. I've lived and worked and volunteered here in Vancouver for over 25 years. And I like to think that I still have a few years left. So many of you may know that I left the federal government as the provincial manager for the ISETP and also for the manager for CFS jurisdiction with Indigenous Service Canada almost 2 years ago. This was an important decision for me because I really felt the call to go back home and to be able to work with our Indigenous nations. So I've mostly been working with the Little Shuswap Lake Band on specific claims and territorial rights, land and resource stewardship. This was important because it's brought me back to working with our knowledge keepers, sharing our stories, and writing important works for Little Shuswap in terms of cumulative effects to our lands. This is where it came to my attention in an alarming way how deeply our waters are affected. Really, I'm a champion for Pacific salmon and for protecting Indigenous women, family, children, and youth. When I heard the stories of our knowledge keepers and elders say that they are worried that we're going to have no more salmon within even the next 10 to 15 years, the alarm bells went off in my head, and I said, it is absolutely time that I turn all of my attention to our communities. So I feel that there couldn't have been a better time for me to return to our communities, but it also meant that I realized that there are many things that I needed to do personally, and part of that now is stepping forward with the Green Party. I began to be involved with the Green Party at the last provincial election to the shock of many people who know me, as I previously used to do work with a different political party. However, it really came to me that we need to stop the climate change. And when the salmon started to boil in the ocean, and we have over 200 fires burning across British Columbia, that I knew that something has to drastically change. And the Green Party is building. We're a little bit, I like to think of us like the salmon, actually. And you can really see this in Elizabeth May, because for all those years, she's persevered against the current, sometimes jumping feet in the air to make it over that obstacle or around that corner. And I have so much respect for the work that she's done. And that is where I realized that this is where I need to be. So I kind of, oh dear, I think I forgot to set my timer. Yeah, how much time do I have? Maybe a minute?
2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay, great. So that is a big part of the reason. So as being a champion for our Pacific salmon and following through on the work of our elders and our knowledge keepers, and then in continuing the road that was paved by amazing, persevering women like Elizabeth May. So just so you know, I have several years had 2 Canadian Human Rights Commission complaints against the RCMP for unequal treatment and discrimination. This has been really, really tiring work, as I'm a single working Indigenous mom, and I've raised 3 girls on my own. Also completed my PhD while working full-time and volunteering for our community. I take my responsibilities as an Indigenous advocate very seriously, and I will not stop until we have achieved a Canada where it is safe for me and my girls and all Indigenous people to walk down the street in Vancouver, elsewhere across Canada, and be safe, not have to worry about being sex trafficked, go missing, being stopped on the street for a wellness or for a street check by the RCMP, to not worry about being shot by the RCMP on a wellness check, and to be able to walk down the street and not worry about being hit in the stomach from someone throwing a hitch out the window. I can no longer stand by and live in a Canada that allows these things to happen. One of the main things, the goals that I have and the Green Party has committed to, is the repudiation of the doctrine of discovery. We as Indigenous people cannot move forward in the Canada that it is. And I look to our leaders like Jody Wilson-Raybould, who has paved the way for Indigenous women in politics. And I really respect the work that's been done by all those before me and many of you who are here. So I raise my hands up to all of you who have done incredible work and who've blazed trails so that we can get to where we are today. And I hope to any modicum of achievement towards what you have all accomplished. So I would just like to close by saying thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you today. And I hope that I make the elders and the people in my community and other Indigenous people proud. And if not, then at least that they can hold me up and say, here's another Indigenous woman who has stood up for Indigenous rights and for the rights of those people who are affected by injustice and social inequality, and who's fighting for the protection of our salmon and our planet. Cook's Gem, all my relations.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. Much appreciated. Let us turn to Kelsey Shane from Burnaby, North Seymour for the Conservative Party of Canada. Over to you, Kelsey.
Hello there. My name is Kelsey Shane. Thank you so much for inviting me. I want to thank the Bcafn for hosting this event and inviting all of us Indigenous candidates to speak. I want to thank my fellow candidates. Thank you for putting your names on the ballot and doing the incredible and difficult work that is campaigning. So briefly about myself, my name is Kelsey Shane. I am a 31-year-old Métis woman. My background, I run my own small business, and my background is in health and health advocacy. So I've worked coast to coast working with physicians and patients, doing grassroots advocacy, listening to folks, and learning how to build advocacy plans and using the mechanisms of government to take real action on the issues and causes that matter to Canadian patients. Now, I want to talk about, I'm going to tell a story here from yesterday that I think really explains the context of why having Indigenous representation at every single table and at every single party really, truly matters. So yesterday was debate day in Burnaby, North Seymour. We had 2 debates, one in Burnaby and then one in North Vancouver. In Burnaby, it was about an hour and a half. Not only am I the only Indigenous woman on the stage, but I'm also the only woman on the stage. And after about an hour and a half of debate, we did not talk about reconciliation once. I did not have the opportunity. I didn't have the opportunity to give a closing statement. And so it was something that we did not touch on in any way. We talked about the economy, we talked about inflation, we talked about shipping prices, but we didn't get to talk about Canadian Indigenous people. In my second debate last night, in Seymour, it was a very similar situation. It was a 2-hour debate, and at about an hour and 45 minutes, I was personally asked a question about what I bring Indigenous traditional knowledge into our health systems, into our environment policies. I was proud to answer that question. I spoke about listening to our elders, using ancestral knowledge, using land-based therapies and treatments to address mental health and mental illness. And then I asked the moderator if we could ask that question to my fellow candidates, because I think there is nothing more important than understanding Canada's relationships with our Indigenous people. However, my request was ignored. And my fellow candidates were not able to speak to reconciliation or Indigenous health and wellness. Our last question of the night was a question on inflation. Again, it happened to be our 4th question on inflation of the evening, and I refused to answer it. I took that moment, I took that minute and a half to talk about reconciliation. I said, hey, look, I've already talked about inflation. What I'm going to talk about now is reconciliation. And what I said was, I believe, and Canada's Conservatives believe, in building active partnerships to ensure a just and secure place for thriving self-determined nations within the fabric of Canada. I talked about how the fact that Indigenous communities across Canada do not have access to clean drinking water, and this is a national shame. This is a national shame that all Canadians live with, and we will take swift action to ensure that water is recognized as an essential human right, and we work to relieve or end the boil water advisories. I spoke about the tragedy of the missing and murdered Indigenous women. I talked about how our Indigenous children were found in graves this year. This is something that Indigenous people have known for generations, but has come to the collectiveness of Canadians, especially this summer. And I talked about how immediately we would enact calls 71 to 76 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission as related to the unmarked graves of Indigenous children, and work with Indigenous people to come up with an action plan to take on the remaining calls. My fellow candidates did not speak about reconciliation. They did not speak to Canada's Indigenous people, and I think that's a real shame. I will use my voice as a member of Parliament to speak every single day to reconciliation, because not only is it important and critical to the fabric of Canada, but it's in my blood and it's who I am. And so I thank my candidates here today who have joined me, who are standing for election, who are trying to do better, not only for our province, but for our country and for our people. And so with that, I'm going to pass on to the next person. I look forward to answering any questions and continuing to spend the last 6 or so days advocating and speaking powerfully for Indigenous people, hoping that following September 20th, I can speak in the House of Commons, because it is my duty to use my voice to speak to reconciliation every single day. Thank you.
See, I just wanted to do one quick clarification. When you referred to my fellow candidates not speaking to reconciliation, you were talking to your candidates in your riding, correct?
Yes, I apologize. Those are my candidates in the riding of Burnaby North Seymour.
Yeah, it was clear. I just wanted to make sure absolutely that it was
These candidates have been doing a fantastic job.
All right, thank you. Let's turn to Ken Robertson for South Okanagan, West Kootenay, speaking on behalf, a candidate on behalf of the Liberal Party of Canada. Over to you, Ken.
Yes, Cook Stomach. I appreciate the time that you've taken out for me to speak today. at Bcafn, but I also want to acknowledge the land I am on of the Steel peoples and of the Okanagan Nation, and that I do come from Shwamekulu, unceded territory of the Nisqually people. I also wanted to acknowledge Cookbee Judy Wilson for her advocacy and work and her leadership as well. But I am Ken Robertson. My spirit name is Squalux, meaning the bear cubs, as I am a bear clan, but I'm also an identical twin, so the name suited too, given to me by my Sarah Denault. The things that I wanted to talk about today have already been mentioned by Michelle, but also moreover, just a few pointers too, is that we actually set up, as a Liberal Party Canada, set up a first Indigenous-led Coast Guard, as well as the protections of oceans as well, and also to regenerate the salmon spawns, because we knew, in my language, that every summer and fall that we needed to get food for our winter months coming ahead. But moreover, that I did lose my grandmother, my Kia Sarah, this year to COVID in a long-term care home. And these are some of the reasons why I wanted to step up to the plate when it came putting my name on the ballot. And not just those reasons, is that I also lost an uncle to the opioid crisis. And these are many factors also, that I lost a cousin to suicide this year. It's been very hard hit to the families out there. But moreover, it's about looking forward, not looking backwards as well, but to acknowledge the history, but also that we also want to have a memorial for the 215 children that were discovered in Kamloops Residential School. I was born in Kamloops. I've been to Kamloops powwow many times. I've walked over those marks before, not knowing as a child, looking down to another child. And that I didn't understand it till later on in life, when my grandmother and I protested about Shkokwalkwalt, Sun Peaks, and that she was telling me in those stories that, Ken, this is our watershed. This is what we need to protect in the end of things, because the watershed feeds the forest, the animals, the plants that we gather every year. And that's still instilled to me today because of those things, and that I looked at comparing and contrasting all the platforms that are out there, that it was the most aggressive plan that when it came to it. But not only that, I just want to make sure that people understand that for me, I stepped up in advocating, and that I received Gratuitous Service Medal from the Governor General for my work in advocating for mental health regarding First Nations children. And that was in regards to setting up 4directionsautism.ca, but also putting a petition forward that was overwhelmingly supported by Canadians, over 700 when I only needed 500. Those are the kind of advocacies, because I have 4 children. I call them 4 no more, but they're 2 beautiful daughters, 2 beautiful sons, and that my one daughter is nonverbal. And that's why I have to be that voice for her in reconciliation. But moreover, I stepped up to the plate in regards to the Aboriginal Legal Services of Toronto, which has a traditional alternative dispute mechanism for children that are being apprehended, because it's still happening to this day. So I wanted to sit on that council, to be an uncle, and to hear from the child as well as the parents, and come together with an elder as the lead to a resolution as the best interest for that child. But those are some of the accomplishments that I put forth in regards to who I am and what I am. But I look at it that a government has implemented well over 80 and ongoing implementation of over 80 of the TRC. But more work is need to be done with UNDRIP. They also established the inquiry of missing murdered Indigenous women as well, when we had a Conservative government that didn't want to move on these things. I lived under the dark times of Harper and O'Toole, because O'Toole was part of that leadership. And that's why for me, I can't look back to those dark days of no investments of clean water, no investments, deregulation of our waterways. I saw those things of an attack on our traditional territories and that are unceded. But I just wanted to say thank you to the Board of Directors, the Grand Chiefs, the memberships, and that, it matters to me because we are all in this together. And I'm a person who's for the people, because of the people. Kukshtemek Ma'a Mawichi. I would like to hand over my last 2 minutes to Michelle. Thank you.
It's pretty creative math. But let's quickly go to Michelle.
If I was going to read the Prime Minister's speech, Harold, I think it should wait till after all the candidates have spoken, if that's better.
Thank you very much for that. Appreciate that. And then we'll turn our attention to Breen Willett, Vancouver Centre, speaking candidate for the New Democratic Party. Over to you, Breen.
Tanse, Esigasuyan Breen Willett. Hello, my name is Breen Willett. I want to recognize that I'm coming to you from the stolen and unceded lands of the sovereign Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, and that I will fight to return control of their sovereign lands. I'm 44 years old. I've been married for nearly 20 years, and I'm a Métis man originally from Saskatchewan. I am a lawyer, and I was one of the Commission Council lawyers for the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. As with many people present today, my family has suffered under the oppression of Canada's genocide and apartheid against Indigenous peoples and nations. My ancestor died at the Battle of Batoche, defending our land from being stolen by the Canadian military. My father attended a day school and was physically abused. I have other relatives who have been sexually abused at day schools and residential schools. I have relatives who have gone missing and been murdered. And I have relatives who are children who have been stolen, kidnapped by Canada and put in foster care and adopted to non-Indigenous families and taken from us. And it makes me incredibly angry. And I think it makes a lot of us incredibly angry. For the last several months, I have been working on an application to the Chief Prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. I am alleging that Canada is a constitutional apartheid by virtue of Section 91, Sub 24 of the Constitution Act 1867. Since 1867, successive conservative and liberal governments have relied on Section 91, Sub 24 to control Indigenous peoples across this land. And they've done it on the basis that we are pseudo property, because everything listed under Section 91, the federal powers, and everything listed under Section 92 are properties or property relationships. So when they list Indians and lands reserved for the Indians in Section 91, Sub 24, the implication is that we are property to be controlled. And when you consider all of the oppression, all of the things that have been done to us by Canada, it becomes incredibly clear that we are property to them. If Section 91.24 was about protecting us as human beings, then the federal government would take the BC government to court over Wet'suwet'en, over Fairy Creek, over hundreds of Indigenous resistance actions across this country. We need better. And so I am applying to the International Criminal Court to name Justin Trudeau and his cabinet, Stephen Harper and his cabinet, Paul Martin and his cabinet, and Jean Chrétien and his cabinet as perpetrators of apartheid under Section 91.24 of the Constitution Act 1867. And if I'm elected as MP, that will give me even more spotlight to bring on this issue. And so I'm asking everyone here today, if you can support me as an Indigenous leader, please send an email directly to me. I've been endorsed by Marilyn Poitras, Leah Gazan, Romeo Saganash, and Grand Chief Stuart Phillip. Every leader who endorses me is endorsing the idea that Canada can no longer attack us using apartheid legislation. Thank you. All my relations, ekose.
Thank you very much, Maureen. Nicely done there. And I want to thank all the candidates for those remarks. There has been a request for some additional time, but I did want to just check one thing. All the candidates have been at 5 minutes and above. And I know that our first speaker, Joan Phillips, spoke briefly for 2 minutes. I do want to check with you, Joan, to see if you wanted a few extra minutes for remarks before I turn to Michelle Corfield. Over
yes,
to you,
thank you
Joan.
very much. Yes, thank you very much. I will make a few additional remarks. Again, we've reached a point in our history where we really have to make decisions on behalf of our children and our grandchildren, on behalf of the land and the resources. 154 years of liberals and conservatives have reaped us nothing but the wealthy getting wealthier and us poor getting poorer. And I'm not just a candidate for Indigenous peoples because we all are friends and neighbors, breathe the same air, and we're suffering under the same government that that oppresses us. I have a mother that raised 7 of us children. She owned her own house, and guess what? 2 incomes can't buy a house now. So we're looking at affordability, we're looking at the climate crisis, and we're looking at leveling the playing field because seriously, this is not acceptable anymore. And I really appreciate all the candidates stepping up, and we can agree to disagree on what your party's platforms are, but we need more Indigenous peoples in Ottawa in order to have our voices heard, have our concerns heard, and we also inherently want to protect the land and protect the people, and that's what we're going to do. So Limnum.
Thank you very much for that. Let's turn back to Michelle Corfield for the memo from the leader of the Liberal Party.
Yeah. Sorry he couldn't be with us today, but he sent some words and I'm just going to go into it. Over the last 6 years, we have worked together to close gaps in education, infrastructure and housing, economic development, and health and wellness. We will continue to advance the positive work we've started to close the remaining gaps with First Nations partners. In budget 2020-2021, we invested $6 billion for Indigenous infrastructure and have committed a further $2 billion in distinction-based housing. A re-elected Liberal government will continue to make sustained and significant investments to achieve our 2030 goal, and it will be done by working in respect and partnership with First Nations. We have also worked together and the province of British Columbia to advance reconciliation agreements such as the Changing Tide Framework for Reconciliation with Haida Nation and the foundational agreement with Lake Babine Nation. We will continue to support and provide funding to First Nations communities to undertake the difficult work as they uncover unmarked graves and burial grounds at former residential schools, as well as other institutions such as day schools and Indian hospitals. We will work with you to appoint a special interlocutor who will work with Indigenous communities, provincial and territorial governments to develop the necessary legal and regulatory framework to advance justice for unmarked graves. Together, we've been able to transform colonial systems. We have developed legislation on child and family services, where we recognize and affirm the inherent right of First Nations jurisdiction. We will also continue to fully fund Jordan's Principle. We work together to co-develop legislation on Indigenous languages, and we recently celebrated the naming of the first Languages Commissioner, Dr. Ronald E. Ignatius, former Kupi of Skichitan Indian Band. I would like to thank Regional Chief Terry Chiji for his leadership on First Nations policing, We are committed to work with you in co-developing a legislative framework for First Nations policing that recognizes First Nations policing as an essential service. We have also begun to work on transforming Indigenous healthcare, and we look forward to working with the Bcafn on the co-development of distinctions-based Indigenous health legislation, guided by Joyce's principle to foster health systems free of racism and discrimination, where Indigenous peoples are respected and safe. This work will continue in parallel with our significant investment of $2 billion over 5 years to co-develop a distinction-based mental health and wellness strategy. Ensure we are taking a holistic approach to health and wellness. Fundamental to our path on reconciliation and grounding the relationship, will be our continued implementation of an act respecting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People and co-developing the action plan. We look forward to working with the Bcafn on the Act's full implementation and are further committed that all cabinet ministers will be mandated to implement the declaration in their offices, and ministers to be done by working alongside Indigenous peoples to advance their rights. This will further change laws, policy, and systems within the federal government to align with the declaration as we continue to work to decolonize institutions. There's much work ahead of us, and I look forward to doing it together. Sincerely, Justin.
Thank you very much for that, Michelle. I would note we are just past the lunch hour, and we did come to this agenda item just a little bit late. I do want to note a couple things, so that there is a question in the chat for all the candidates regarding food security, and in particular, I think regarding the forced tenure and the Guardians program, the federal Guardians program. I do want to encourage the candidates to respond, and I do see that a couple have responded in the chat to that. I would also note that a number of the candidates have provided contact information in the Zoom chat, so I do want to ensure that the other candidates take advantage of that as well. Maybe just to quickly wrap this up, and I do apologize to the chiefs for not going to them for more comments. In this kind of setup, it is really each candidate is speaking in many ways to those electors in their riding, and so that's a very small sections of our delegation here. So what I'll do is give each person a minute for a final remark. And then to the degree you want to respond to Chief Cookby Robbins' question about the Guardians program or any other final comment, let's do that. But I will be pretty insistent on the minute, and then we will take the full hour for our lunch break. So again, starting at the top, Joan Phillip. She stepped away. I'll check back in a bit. Michelle Corfield.
I just want to thank the chiefs for today. I, as again, proud to press forward on our issues as Indigenous people here in British Columbia, as well as working for those constituents in Nanaimo, Ladysmith. But first of all, I just want to say thank you, and I'm proud. So I'll keep it short.
Thank you very much. Adina?
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your time. I left my contact information in the chat. My email address is adinayoung@greenparty.ca. I have a Facebook page. It's adinayoung-kunjadas. And I also have a website, adinayoung.ca. So if there are any questions that are unanswered, I will get to the answer in the chat. But I do want to wish all the candidates best of luck in your ridings, and thank you very much to Harold for the comment earlier to remind us that we're not competing against each other we're not in each other's ridings. And I really do want to acknowledge the words of the former Grand Chief Perry Bellegarde that recognizes that we need Indigenous representation at all levels of government. So I thank you all. I have gratitude for each and every one of us who are here, who have a commitment to making changes within our communities and within our ridings. And I hope that the best candidate is held in high regard with much dignity and respect. And I look forward to meeting you all again in person one day. I miss everybody. I miss our gatherings. We'll talk to you all again soon, and take care of one another. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl.
Great, thank you. So just in closing, I wanted to say that I'm very tired of the same old stories and promises, which is why I joined the GPC, because any member can actually put forward policy, and I put forward policy on missing and murdered Indigenous women to both the GPC and the BC Greens last year when I started volunteering for the BC Greens. Just to summarize our policy platform, we will reduce carbon emissions by 60% by 2030, a guaranteed livable income, affordable housing, tightening and enforcing the Species at Risk Act and making industrial pollution a crime, and protecting Pacific salmon, electoral reform, universal health care, restorative justice, legalizing opioids, regulating supply, and legalizing sex work. That's also in addition to abolishing the Indian Act and working towards nation-to-nation relationships. Just so you know, we definitely need your vote, as we need 10% of the vote in each riding so that we can get 50% of our campaign funds back. So I encourage you, if you do support the Greens, to donate to your candidate in your riding, or any candidate that you support, as we aren't supported by unions or big business. So Cookscham, thank you very much for listening to me, all my relations.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. Kelsey?
Hi, thank you, everyone. I just want to acknowledge how much work it is running for office. So I want to thank all of my fellow candidates for putting their names forward. It is a tremendous amount of work. I know I've knocked on 10,000 doors. You ask a lot of your friends and family. So thank you, everyone, for doing this incredibly, incredibly important work. I feel truly inspired hearing your stories, understanding your points of view, and I really look forward to working in a parliament with many of you. I just want to say briefly, one of the things that our party is going to work on when elected is a historic $1 billion investment into Indigenous mental health and well-being. Key part of this is continual learning and understanding of Indigenous well-being, ancestral knowledge, land-based treatments. So I continue to look forward to listening and learning more from all of you, all of the chiefs, all of our fellow candidates, our ancestors, and our Indigenous brothers and sisters. So thank you so much. Thank you for running, and thank you for spending an hour listening to us this afternoon. Goodbye.
Thank you. Over to you, Ken.
Yes, thank you again to the fellow candidates. As you're saying, it's not easy, putting your name on the ballot, but running a campaign as well. We all have a role to play in the day of not just today, but of tomorrow, the future, and that, we are all in this together when it comes to that future and that destiny. And that I hope that I am elected to be that voice when it becomes to the Language Act that was implemented, to also agreements within our of our UNDRIP, receiving royal assent. Those things I do find that we are going to be at the forefront, and I'm going to hold not just the Liberal Party of Canada, but also the government to its feet when it comes to these issues, because it is foremost, the most important to me as well. But again, thank you for having me. I really do appreciate your time. But, I'm doing this for my Kiasera. I'm doing this for my uncle who passed away. I'm doing this for my cousin, passed away from suicide. These are the things I look back upon and I can say no more. But we first have to get through this pandemic so we can continue on the road of reconciliation as well. When I saw too much of a dark times before in 2015. So thank you so much, Cookscham, Mawichi.
Thank you very much, Ken. And let us turn to Breen as the last candidate.
Marcy, thank you. Thank you for listening today. I'm putting my name and my email address back up because I think on reflection, everyone here will realize that the poison of apartheid at the heart of Canada's highest law, that is Section 9124, is the root cause of every evil visited on Indigenous peoples for the entire history of this country. And until we remove that poison from Canada's highest law, we will continue to be oppressed no matter how much money, how many programs, how many special interlocutors and commissioners are appointed. We must end it. And I'm very happy to say that non-Indigenous people in my riding have agreed. They have opened their wallets. We have received over $100,000 in campaign contributions. If you can help us, we need every last cent. Thank you so much. Ekose.
Thank you very much, Breen. And I do want to thank all the candidates for making time available and for the delegation for listening in. I wish you all success in the upcoming campaign and wish you and good luck with that. And thank you for standing forward, both as a political candidate, but also on behalf of First Nations and Indigenous people. We are going for a 1-hour recess for lunch. We will return, I have at 1:11. Well, maybe we'll just make the math easier. Let's come back at 1:10 from the lunch for the children and families presentation. I do want to note that there was a door prize draw and Marlene Gray Eyes won the prize of a Visa gift card. So congratulations on that. And so we'll continue that as we go through. Otherwise, enjoy your lunch, ladies and gentlemen, and we will see you back here at 1:10 Pacific time.
Recording stopped.
Can anybody hear me? Hello?
Yep, I can hear you.
Tom here, Nelson. I was asked by a First Nations person from Yale to ask a question here. This is what he told me to ask. What royal family was here in 1945, 1951? He said his mother told him there was 30 youth from Kamloops Residential School they took and they never returned. Do you hear me? Hello?
Somebody.
I don't know who I was talking to.
Could be Judy Wilson.
Oh, yeah. So anyway, that's what I was asked to ask somebody about that. So I don't know. I was going to talk to Ken and see if maybe he can look into it. So I don't know what royal family it was, but the person that told me, he told me to ask that question to somebody. That's a lot of children that was taken.
Hey, Tom, it's John.
Well, hey, John.
I just got back from lunch, and so I believe they're in breakout sessions, but I don't know what the breakout sessions are.
No, they're not. They're on lunch. We're on lunch. 1 hour. We're back in 1:10.
Oh, okay. So I must have left just before you guys broke for lunch. They were still doing campaigning when I left.
Yep.
Okay, well, I'm back.
I was just saying to Miss Wilson there, I was told to ask a question. What royal family was here in 1945, 1951?
Hey, Bob.
There was 30 youth from the Kamloops Residential School that they took and they never returned.
1945 and 51?
Yeah.
That's not so long ago.
No.
Carl, the Queen.
Hey, Judy.
Hi.
It was my.
I didn't know we were getting a test. Yeah, no, I that too, and I seen it on Facebook, and it's been circulating. I seen somebody did some research that the timeline didn't correspond with a royal visit, but there's so much that needs to be investigated, you know, because we heard a lot of things and, you know, really atrocious things, and it's going to take a lot of investigation.
Yeah, it was my next door neighbor was from Yale. It was his mother that told. I guess she was in Kamloops Residential School then. So I said I would put it out there.
Yeah, it's really for sure missing, you know, children. What the Truth and Reconciliation Report did in 2015 with Senator Murray Sinclair. They identified, I think, between 4,000 to 6,000 missing children. So there's quite a few children yet to find them. It does need that legal framework to do it for sure.
Well, if the royal family took them out, so they must be in England somewhere.
First thing they ever smelled when I was 4 o'clock in the morning, I went to get up. First thing I heard. First thing I smelled was coffee.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the BCAFN's 18th Annual General Meeting. As noted, we broke a little bit late for lunch, and so are just reconvening at 1:10, which is just a few seconds from now. We are in order and on time relatively on the agenda, and so we will be turning to the
Recording in
children
progress.
and families discussion shortly. So I do want to call everyone back to their machines, as it were, as we look to reconvene the assembly. So in terms of our agenda this afternoon, children and families, fisheries and aquaculture, BC First Nations Gaming Commission, First Nations Education Steering Committee, COVID-19 health priorities and vaccinations, emergency management will be our last item. And we do have 3 resolutions slotted along with some of those items that we will get through as we go through the remainder of today. With that, in terms of our presentation on children and families, we're joined by Cookby Judy Wilson from the Tripartite Working Group, Cheryl Casimir as well from the Tripartite Working Group, and Cookme Wayne Christian, who's the BCAFN's representative to the AFN Chiefs Committee on Child and Family Services and Self-Determination. I understand that there is a little bit of a time constraint for one of our speakers, so we will look to the presentation, and I understand that we'll be looking to Cheryl Casimir for her remarks to start that off. Cheryl, if you're online, I'll look to you.
Yep, thank you, Harold. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Cheryl Casimir with the Political Executive with the First Nations Summit. And as part of one of the leads on the Child and Family File for the Leadership Council. Wanted to start off by acknowledging Dr. Gwendolyn Point for the opening and the prayer song that she shared with us today. And I also acknowledge that my territory of where I am, Tanaka Amakas, and that's where I'm calling in from to you today. Just going to provide a couple of things on the Child and Family File, sharing this report with my colleague, Cookby Judy Wilson. So the first thing is around the Tripartite Working Group on Children and Families, which we refer to as the TWG. We've been having regular scheduled meetings, and we're looking at trying to book meetings in advance to happen every 6 weeks. And the focus on the meetings have been around the implementation of the Federal Act C-92, also on proposed legislative amendments and reform to the Provincial Child and Family and Community Services Act and the Adoption Act to ensure that they align with the federal legislation and the Declaration Act. Also, the province's commitment to provide reparations and redress for the historical and ongoing harm created by their birth alert policy, as well as Jordan's principle implementation here in British Columbia, and around national standards established for the provision of child and family services. So priorities for the TWG include a BC-specific fiscal arrangements, policy and practice issues, the alignment of laws with 92 and UNDRIP, and supporting First Nations in BC to assert and exercise your full jurisdiction and authority over children and families. In relation to the BC specific fiscal, I just quickly wanted to share with you an update. Find it now, sorry for that. I had it readily at my fingertips and now it's moved. I'll have to come back to that, I'm sorry. In terms of the provincial update, there's been numerous concerns flagged and raised with the province regarding lack of transparency and accountability to First Nations rights holders and superficial or non-existent engagement processes as they undertake legislative and policy reform. And you've heard us say that on numerous occasions, and not just related to child welfare, but work that's happening as a whole with provincial government. And the Leadership Council has numerous occasions raised these concerns with the province to indicate that DRIPA calls on them to make sure that they work closely and in partnership with First Nations in this province in working towards the alignment of laws. And that includes any amendments as well. We need to be sitting at that table and we need to be a part of that work, but they seem to be missing that message. So as I've mentioned, we bring that up on a continuous basis. And as a result, especially at the tripartite working group table, because we've been very clear and actually quite frustrated with the province moving forward on a number of initiatives without our involvement, they came up with the idea to develop a letter of commitment from MCFD. And that letter of commitment outlines an agreed upon process that they're going to follow when they're contemplating or undertaking any legislative or policy reform. So the letter includes an acknowledgement that in accordance with Section 3 of the Cooperation Act, the provincial government must, in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples, take all measures necessary to ensure provincial laws are consistent with the United Nations Declaration, and outlines a process as to how MCFD intends to follow through. And that includes a distinctions-based input and co-development MCFD policies and legislative reform to ensure that it aligns with UNDRIP, a commitment to engage with First Nations at the earliest possible opportunity on the assessment or evaluation of policies, and any intent to develop policy that may lead to legislative changes, and to develop a comprehensive process that is inclusive of all First Nations who wish to participate. It also includes a commitment to substantive engagement with Leadership Council and First Nations to ensure legislative drafting reflects the procedural and its substantive requirements of implementing and meeting the objectives of the United Nations Declaration, including collaboration, cooperation, and Indigenous peoples. A further commitment is to share policy papers and cabinet submissions with the Leadership Council and with First Nations to work collaboratively on co-developing legislation and amendments, and the subsequent implementation of any amendments as we work through systemic reform. And throughout these discussions and within the letter of commitment itself, we've been very explicit with the MCFD that any engagement or discussions that they have with the Leadership Council does not fulfill, replace, displace, or interfere with our engagement nor their engagement with First Nation governments and the proper title and rights holders. So as MCFD is committed to a comprehensive process for engaging with the proper title and rights holders, in the coming weeks, we'll be seeking direction from you and working with MCFD to better define what the comprehensive process may look like. The Leadership Council also met with MCF Minister Dean and Minister of State for Childcare, Katrina Chen, regarding their work on the Indigenous early learning and childcare, and to come to agreement on a proper framework for any work moving forward, because as you know, BC Aboriginal Childcare Society and FNESC have also been mandated to do work in that area. And so we want to make sure that they're involved as well as the proper rights and title holders are involved, because we understand how critical early learning is to each and every one of us. If we have an opportunity to be able to put, to create positive programming for our young people at a very early age, particularly around language and culture, the more likelihood that they will thrive as young adults and individuals. Now I'm just going to quickly, I found the document that I was making reference to, and it talks a little bit about the fiscal arrangements that, or the fiscal framework that we're wanting to work on. As you know, we've been always calling on the federal government to have a BC specific process here in British Columbia in relation to C92. And so as directed by the Leadership Council and agreed to by the TWG, the Tripartite Working Group. The senior policy analyst for children and families has been working to identify an independent contractor who can support the development of a BC specific fiscal framework for First Nations jurisdiction over child and family well-being, and also to be responsible for leading the work of the Fiscal Relations Committee. As you know, we identified and created a couple of committees that we felt was necessary to support the work of the Leadership Council at the TWG level. So a company, Ference and Company, has been identified as a potential contractor to do this work. They've developed a proposal and working on some final amendments at this time. And it's expected that they'll be able to complete that proposal fairly soon, and that we'll be able to have a review of it and see if they're going to be the right company for us. But the intent of this company coming on board is they're going to support the work around the Fiscal Relations Subcommittee, including identifying and recommending proper representation on the committee, developing a revised work plan for review, and leading the work on revising the Canada-BC Service Level Agreement, including the development of an accountability framework to First Nations and recommendations to ensure it's reflective of supporting First Nations resuming their jurisdiction over child and family services, as well leading engagement with First Nations and related research to develop an options paper for a BC specific fiscal framework for First Nations on jurisdiction over children and family well-being. So once this proposal is complete, it'll be shared with the Leadership Council for approval. So I just wanted to let you know that. And I believe that that's my portion of the report to you. Thank you for the opportunity to provide the update. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. Much appreciated. I believe we'll look to Cookby Wilson, Judy Wilson.
Yeah, everyone. Good afternoon. And I want to thank Gwen also for the prayer to open up, and also Bcafn for hosting this meeting, and also Harold for chairing, and also Cheryl for the report that she's provided. We're sharing our space with Cookby, Wayne Christian as well. So for the funding part, that's what I was going to speak about, was Indigenous Service Canada. They have developed an interim approach to funding for First Nations who are currently entering into coordination agreements around the exercise of their jurisdiction, and includes the funding for the following: prevention, protection, operations, administration, IT, technology, startup costs, governance, adjudication, resolution. So this approach was developed internally to Indigenous Service Canada without the involvement of right holders. Indigenous Service Canada has stated that this funding model is intended to be interim only, and will be reassessed as more Indigenous governments take out jurisdiction. So we have to really ensure that part of the process. We have long been advocating for commitment to BC specific fiscal frameworks, and this fall I'll be working on some of the research analysts and the analysis required and necessary, including discussions with right holders. In addition to the coordination funding agreements, Indigenous Service Canada has committed to funding for engagement mechanisms, 10 million over 2 years, capacity building, 425 million over 5 years. One of the barriers we've heard from the communities is there must be an identified Indigenous governing body in order to access this funding. Some of the nations would like to access it in order to have those discussions with their citizens and members to determine who should be identified as the Indigenous governing body. Example, the chief and council or hereditary systems. I'd like to add, could be the grandmothers too. We have raised this issue with the Indigenous Service Canada, and they have indicated it's something they are reviewing. On March 17th, 2021, the CHRT agreed to a draft consent order to put forward, in which Canada worked with the Caring Society and the AFN to develop an interim funding formula for First Nations not served by a delegated agency to be paid retroactively to January 2016. So that's a bit of news there. The First Nations Leadership Council supported Canada in hosting a town hall in June of this year for the 82 First Nations in BC who are not affiliated with delegated agency to understand this order and the process for applying for retroactive funding. A communique was also sent by the First Nations Leadership Council to First Nations with this information. On the engagement with First Nations, in June and July, we worked with Alderhill, contracting to host 5 regional engagement sessions with First Nations regarding implementation of C9D2, followed by a youth engagement session in August. We currently are working on an interim report summarizing the information gathered from these sessions and initial recommendations to Canada and BC. We expect to be able to share a draft with First Nations within the next couple of weeks. As a follow-up to these sessions, we'll be hosting an additional 6 engagement sessions in October and November. We've also been working on the development of a First Nations Children and Family webpage to share current events, technical resources, relevant news related to First Nations jurisdiction over children and family well-being. On the S12 notice of significant measures, we previously shared that Ministry of Child and Family Development has interpreted this clause to only require notice of significant measures and to be provided where a community or nation has identified to them who their designated Indigenous governing body is. Currently, there are only 4 First Nations in BC who are receiving notice under S12. In response to this issue, MCFD is considering alternative interim approach that will ensure all First Nations are receiving notice of significant measures, whether or not as an Indigenous governing body has been identified. And just a bit on the Jordan's Principle. A Jordan Principle is a tripartite working group has been established earlier this year, including representatives from Indigenous Service Canada, the province, First Nations Leadership Council, First Nations Health Authority, First Nations Education Steering Committee, and Warner Adam as the BC rep for the National Jordan Principles table, but has not met for several months. Indigenous Service Canada has entered into agreements with several communities across BC to fund Jordan Principles Service Coordinator positions and has confirmed that Jordan Principles hub with the BC Aboriginal Child Care Society. So that's most of the news up to date for what we've been engaged in. And then I just wanted to make note of the Nishabi court case that came up. There's a new ruling. I just sent it in. I just seen it actually this week in regard to customary care. So hopefully we'll have some more information on that, how that new ruling, how it affects BC and our jurisdiction work that we're doing out here. So that's pretty much all the time I had, Harold. And I know Cookby Christian had his presentations as well for the AFN table. I still am the alternative to that table as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Cookby Wilson. Just before we go to Cookby Christian, I did want to pop back to Cheryl Casimir for 2 key points she had wanted to pick up on her presentation. Cheryl?
Thank you, Harold, Mr. Chair. Just quickly wanted to advise that when we found out that Indigenous Services Canada had developed the funding approach, the interim funding approach unilaterally, we were quite concerned with that. And when they shared with us their reasoning for it and what the parameters of it were going to look like, we told them that they needed to make sure that they held a town hall of sorts with the leadership here in British Columbia to talk to them about that interim funding approach and to hear directly from chiefs about what they thought about it. So we're hoping that that's something that's still going to happen. And secondly, under the provincial umbrella, there's continued dialogue happening still around the development of an Indigenous director and a panel of First Nation experts that would support the Indigenous director. That is still underway. And again, hoping that if we're able to get some kind of a town hall happening soon, or even through the engagement forums that are being proposed, that would allow an opportunity for leadership to talk a bit more about what the Indigenous director would look like. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cheryl, for those additional advocacy and input points. Let us turn then to Cookbee Christian. Welcome. Good to see you again, sir.
Thank you, Harold, for the introduction. Before I start, I wanted to acknowledge our elder, Dr. Point, for the opening remarks and the song, and I wanted to pass on, Gwen, pass on to your hubby there, Steve, that we appreciated the ceremony that he did, because we put a call out for a ceremony, and Stephen actually organized a powwow with prayers, and shortly after that, the weather changed and things started to happen in relation to wildfires. So I always want to say that, just pass those on to Stephen for us. Really, it was important. We had to send a call out, and prayers do work, people. Hawaii kohaitap, Kalmuk Squest, Wanokchina, Jal Cookbees Palachina. Hello, everyone. My Indian name is Big Voices Speaks the Truth. I'm the chief of the people of Splatsin. I've been appointed to the Chiefs Committee on Child and Family Services Self-Determination. This committee was actually mandated vis-a-vis an AFN resolution in 2019 BC, before COVID, with the terms of reference to provide input and guidance to leadership and implementing the act, in a really important process. The Chiefs Committee, we take a First Nations distinction approach. We don't deal with the issue of Inuit or Métis. It's all about First Nations and how do we sort of guide the whole process and transition of this new legislation. The Chief Committee works to really ensure that First Nations sovereignty is at the forefront of implementing the legislation, because the legislation is about recognition of inherent jurisdiction. And that is about our sovereignty. We've never ceded, sold, nor surrendered our lands, nor our laws, or our people to the Crown. And I think it's important to understand that. Just recently, there was an election of the regional chiefs, and the AFN had an election, and congratulations to the national chief and her new mandate and the agenda she's putting forward for healing. Regional chief from Manitoba was elected, Cindy Woodhouse, and she's the political lead on this file with the rest of us in the Chiefs Committee for the AFN. And it's just important to note, I think it's really good to have that kind of presence at our tables, specifically women. When we talk about children, there's nothing more important than to have women at the table to advocate, because again, like I always say to my people, especially the young men, is we all have mothers, and that's really important to honor that. And I wanted to thank the BCAFN for putting this agenda item on the first part of the agenda rather than the last day. So many times when we talk of child and family issues, it's sort of relegated to the last day. And I just want to thank the executive, the board of directors and the regional chief for putting this right at the forefront, the first agenda item after the sort of the in-house business we did this morning. I want to thank you. It's really important. To me, it signals that it is a priority for us in our communities. We have a joint national working group on legislative implementation, and we signed a protocol with the Crown and AFN on June of 2020. And what that protocol does, it details how the AFN and Canada work together to support implementation of the Act. And again, the protocol is a mechanism to ensure that there's First Nations-led input and decision-making that occurs at the local and national levels. We're firm in our view that engagement with AFN is not a substitute for direct engagement and consultation with First Nations. It belongs to the communities to drive that process. We support and open those doors for you. The working group was also established under the protocol, has been meeting since January 2021, and it's comprised of chiefs from each of the AFN regions, an AFN regional chief, in this case it was Chief Cindy Woodhouse, technical experts and representatives from Indigenous Services Canada. The working group has established its core priorities, including the development of a fulsome funding model and shifting to statutory-based funding. The issue is resources. How do we make it statutory versus right now where it's not? And I think that's one of the issues with the legislation we all highlighted in the very beginning, and we're pushing to make it statutory. So what we've advocated for is a funding approach based on nation-to-nation fiscal transfer, nation-to-nation fiscal transfers, not a program we want. It's about jurisdiction and how does those resources get transferred, and a funding framework that's accountable to First Nations. You know, funding for children and families must move away from a system based on the removal of children toward a system focused on prevention. And funding must address the root causes of involvement in child and family services, including addressing poverty, unsafe housing, mental health, and intergenerational trauma. We recognize that a lot of the issues around child and family are really the social determinants of health. Poverty is a big issue, housing is a big issue, employment. So how do we begin to advocate for resourcing to go into our communities in those areas? The federal budget in 2021, Budget 2021 proposed a new investment of over $18 billion over the next 5 years to improve the quality of life and create new opportunities for people living in Indigenous communities, the largest ever investment for Indigenous people. Budget 2021 proposes to invest $1 billion over 5 years and $118.7 million ongoing to increase funding under the First Nation Child and Family Services Program, the current program that ISCA manages. It also proposes to invest $73.6 million over 5 years to support the implementation of the Act. The Kawas First Nation was the first coordination agreement under this Act was signed on July 5th, 2021. And the First Nation and the provincial and federal governments detailed a transition plan for jurisdiction and responsibility for its children, youth, and families. Result of that agreement is the Kawas First Nation have an actual formal act that'll formally take precedent over provincial and child family services law. So again, recognition of inherent jurisdiction, their law replaces what the province is doing. It's really important. The federal government has committed $38.7 million to implement the Kawas First Nation Child and Family Services system. Really important to understand that that process is really about inherent jurisdiction, and they stood up their own law for their people. The Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, you've seen some recent rulings have come out, and on August 26th, the tribunal informed AFN they would be issuing a ruling from the bench on capital assets for First Nations, Child and Family Services, and Jordan's Principle. The tribunal ordered Canada to fund the purchase and construction of capital assets for the delivery of child and family services and Jordan's Principle at actual cost, and for funding feasibility study for First Nations regarding the purchase or construction of these assets. So it's really important, chiefs, Kukukpi, and your technical people, take a look at this. It's really important in terms of how that may work and flow, because as we understand, there's not many sort of capital infrastructure for child and families, and this is a tool that can be used. And I congratulate the Human Rights Tribunal for this ruling, but also the AFN and the organization that Cindy Blackstock runs for getting this ruling. It's really an important process. So pay more attention to the actual rulings that have come out, because it's really important to understand that these rulings are really about who's actually going to do this work. And I don't think that we want to leave that to other organizations, communities, and groups of communities can gather together to actually make this happen. This was a significant victory for First Nations because major capital has been chronically underfunded, and Canada has failed to take meaningful action to address capital needs for First Nations children and families. So with that, I just want to really emphasize the importance of the work we're doing here in British Columbia. Kukpi, Judy, Cheryl, the First Nations Summit, and Union of BC Indian Chiefs, and the BCAFN of really putting our ducks in a row as to how we're going to implement jurisdiction, our inherent jurisdiction for our children. So I'd leave it at that, Harold. If there are any questions, I'll try to respond to them, but I just want to say again, thank you for putting child and family at the beginning of the agenda, not at the very end. And I think that's, to me, we've moved a long ways with this agenda item, so thank you. Appreciate it. Cooksham.
Thank you very much, Cookby Christian, and thank you very much, Judy and Cheryl as well, Cookby Wilson and Cheryl Casimir. just looking at our agenda, we also still have 5 other agenda items that we're going to get through this afternoon. And we are right at the time, the designated time we had set aside for this agenda item. If there is a pressing question or comment, we will take it, and I'll ask you to raise your hands in the chat function. Otherwise, we will be moving to the update on the fisheries and agriculture. I would say, as we're looking at that, I want to compliment the chiefs for their the presenters for their dedication and the productive work they've done on the advocacy priorities, which are consistent with First Nations distinct needs here in British Columbia, and really create opportunities and initiatives at the federal and provincial level. So they've done a fairly comprehensive update in that view. So again, thank you. Seeing no raised hands in the chat function, I will move to the next agenda item, which is fisheries and aquaculture. Oh, and just before I do that, they are still present. They are available through the chat for questions if there are any that do occur. And so again, that's another communications avenue that we do have here in the Zoom room. On the fisheries and agriculture, we are going to turn to the regional chief, Terry Teegee, and he'll be supported by, of course, Jordan Point from the First Nations Fisheries Commission. Also available for the conversation is Hugh Breaker, another member of the First Nations Fisheries Council. Over to you, regional chief.
Thank you, Harold. So today I'm be presenting and speaking to the fisheries as part of the National Fisheries Committee. I do hold co-chair the National Fisheries Committee as part of the Assembly of First Nations, along with Regional Chief Roger Augustine. But we certainly do have many organizations here in British Columbia that can speak to the issues of fisheries, and certainly we've seen the issues of fisheries come up time again this past year, whether it's on the East Coast with the fisheries of the Mi'kmaq, or the West Coast here with the Nachalnith or the Musqueam, that are really fighting for their rights and the recognition of their rights to access the resources within their traditional territory and access the resources for food, social, ceremonial uses, but also to recognize the use of fish as a tool for your economy. At the AFN, we'll continue to advocate and for the recognition and the honorable implementation of our inherent treaty rights to fish, so that we can continue our way of life and support and revitalize our communities and economies, and the steward of our resources responsibly for the benefit of future generations. And what we've seen, some positive response from Minister Jordan's office, is well over $670 million worth of our funding towards the replenishing of the salmon stocks here in British Columbia, and the habitat of many of the fish stocks, whether it's going inland or in the oceans. But we need to make sure that the federal government and Fisheries and Oceans listens to our people. Far too often, when funding like this comes forward from the federal government, it's eaten up inside of the bureaucracy within the DFO. And that's one thing that we need to really push on the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, is how those resources are going to be used, and in what way are our First Nations that do have plans and ideas of how best to utilize those types of funds, so we can I suppose reinvigorate our stocks of salmon within our traditional territories. Certainly we are, much of the work that we do at the AFN with the NFC is mandated by resolutions that have been passed at our special chiefs assemblies or our AGMs. In particular, resolution 2020 number 16, support for survival of the Fraser River, Thompson River, and Pacific Coastal First Nations culture, way of life, food security, removal of open net pen fish farms off the Pacific coast, saw its impact in February 2021, when it held its public engagements began on the transition of OpenNet pen aquaculture in British Columbia, and it ran until March 26, 2021. So during that period, the really engagement and a report was developed, but certainly that report did fall short and did not include for a plan for the phase out of the licenses on this sector. So certainly that's something we need to keep an eye on. The Department of Fisheries and Oceans Blue Economy sector, policy sector sought to connect with the Assembly of First Nations directors on March 2nd, 2021, as part of the release of the National Blue Economy Strategy. So certainly we put our views forward and make sure our point of view in terms of our way of life as Indigenous peoples is brought forward. The National Fisheries Committee designated every May 21st as a National Day of Fisheries, First Nations fishing rights through AFN resolution that was passed in 2017, number 75. So as part of that, we've had this campaign to recognize the rights of our Indigenous peoples to fish and exercise our rights in terms of fishing. So every May, around 21st, and this year it was May 24th, that we've really pushed out a public campaign for the recognition of our rights to exercise our inherent rights and treaty rights to fish. July 21 saw the election of our first female national chief, and congratulations to Roseanne Archibald. Certainly was a historic day, seeing her as election as the first national chief as part of the Assembly of First Nations elections. So during that time, we've also, we are in the midst of a federal election, and what was developed by our national chief in our AFN office was the healing path forward. And this is really a point of view from the Assembly of First Nations, what we all brought together, a way forward, and certainly as part of the way forward is a recognition of our rights, title, and our interests, treaty rights in terms of fisheries. So another initiative that we created out of the NFC was the National Secretariat. So making sure that the federal government are held accountable in terms of holding up decisions from the Supreme Court of Canada. We continue to work on that initiative. And on the East Coast, First Nations announced their protest fisheries in Mi'kmaq territory. That was going to happen on March 2021. However, that was delayed until September, and that was exercised on September 10th, just last week. And certainly thank the National Chief for attending and supporting the Mi'kmaq protest fishery, if you will, in Sepenepnik First Nations territory. And really, I think that really showed our commitment and the AFN's commitments to support our First Nations in terms of exercising their rights to really, in terms of the Mi'kmaq territory, moderate livelihood. So we thank her for her complete support, and certainly I know she's definitely stated in her platform and during the election her commitment towards our Indigenous peoples here in the West Coast in terms of fisheries rights. So as we move forward on aquaculture, the AFN fisheries sector will resume its work after our September 20th meeting with the National Aquaculture Working Group, the NAWG, and First Nations Fisheries Council to facilitate engagement and input into the general aquaculture regulations and co-develop, design, and deliver the proposed Federal Aquaculture Act, regulations, policies, and programs. AFN Fisheries will continue to build relationships with what is known as CCFAM, the Canadian Council of Fisheries and Aquaculture Ministers, to facilitate First Nations engagement with this body. So we continue and monitor that situation. Oceans Governance Conservation Working Group will continue to focus on addressing the gap between the implementation of IPCAs in the terrestrial and the marine environment in collaboration with an environment Lands and Water Branch. Additionally, the Oceans Protection Plan subcommittee will continue to work to assess and improve the OPP and ensure that it includes the needs, priorities, and contributions of First Nations to build stronger protection measures for Canada's oceans for present and future generations. And also mandated by AFN Resolution 07-2019, First Nations Oceans Priorities at the Convention on Biological Diversity. The AFN fisheries sector will continue to ensure First Nations priorities as reflected the development of a new global biodiversity framework to be negotiated and finalized at COP15 in April and May 2022 in China. As a result of the Fisheries Act in 2019, the Inland Working Group will continue to also turn its focus on policy development for DFO's Department of Fisheries and Oceans, the Fish and Fish Habitat Protection Program. That is responsible for the conservation and protection of fish and fish habitat under the Fisheries Act, and the outcome of this work to examine safeguards for the participation in consultation process of Indigenous groups whose rights may be affected by the Fisheries Act and Species at Risk Act Protect project authorization decisions and to ensure more collaborative and partnering activities relating to fish and fish habitat conservation. So as we move forward, certainly the Inland Working Group will also continue to engage with the Freshwater Fisheries Marketing Cooperation, the FFMC, as it transforms itself to better represent the Indigenous fishers and their communities. Now, I'd just like to pass on the microphone to Jordan Point to give us an update from the First Nations Fisheries Council, and want to thank you all in terms of really this update in terms of the fisheries portfolio for the Assembly of First Nations of Bcafn. Thank you, Howard.
Over to you, Jordan.
Thank you, Chiefs. LCM, Aitanis Qualon, Wananu Aitanis Qualon, Equan. I just want to acknowledge the good thoughts in my mind and good feelings in our heart for the work that we're going to do today. I'm joined by our president of the First Nations Fisheries Council, Hugh Breaker, who will be speaking after our short PowerPoint presentation. In your kits, you should also have a communique document that outlines some of the work that we've been doing regarding our collaboration with the provincial government. So I will allow the technician to advance the slides, and I'll just go ahead and just say next slide. So we'll just, in the interest of time, Mr. Chair, I'll just proceed. I know you're kind of getting behind in your agenda. So in terms of like identifying the First Nations Fisheries Council salmon strategy, it very clearly is the #1 priority that First Nations in British Columbia are facing. So it's important for us to lay out to the chiefs kind of an environment scan about who's doing what in regards to salmon. And the following slides will provide that brief context for the actions of the Leadership Council. Sorry, can you back up a slide, please? I think you advanced that too fast. The federal government, provincial government, and some of our NGO partners. And this may also lead to conversation on related initiatives. So next slide, please. So last year, we were really advancing the notion that salmon were in a very critical place. We recognized that the plight of Pacific salmon, the crisis was decades in the making. It is something that has been declining for decades. It's what we refer to as the death of 1,000 cuts. There's no singular cause, and thus there's no singular solution. What we need to do is begin to identify the way to identify strategies to work together to advance our interests collectively. A comprehensive approach is required to collaborate with all parties on effective measures to protect, rebuild, and design the enhancement and rebuilding strategies that are needed for Pacific salmon. Next slide, please. We went to the leadership last year. We identified resolutions. We received resolutions that mandated a strategic approach for the following initiatives: to address the decline of Pacific salmon, to seek support from the federal and provincial governments to assist BC First Nations in this collaboration. That required financial element has largely gone unsupported. We also resolved by a resolution to strike a wild salmon committee. The goals of the committee were to identify priorities, to meet regularly with ministries and officials to discuss the advanced action on Pacific salmon. I also called on the federal and provincial governments for support by providing resources to allow the Leadership Council and the Fisheries Council to engage with BC First Nation communities and organizations in dialogues to inform the strategy. Again, no resources have been identified for this activity. Next slide. A supplementary ministerial mandate letter was commissioned by DFO in the spring of 2021, directing what the regional chief already referred to was the Pacific $47 million over 5 years to the Pacific region to focus on the actions required to revitalize Pacific salmon. Recently, we've learned that in terms of like what government has identified, they have identified per usual is 30% of that 647 million is identified for what they call external flow, meaning that over $400 million is going to be cannibalized internally by the federal government, although they are indicating that they're open to redesigning the cabinet submission for where that money can be led and utilized to. We've proposed a solution to the Secretariat of the Pacific Salmon Strategic Initiative to seek resources to engage with Indigenous organizations on the strategic initiative. But we're assuming that all the resourcing externally is going to be designed solely for forums to communicate the DFO strategy. So concurrently, a regional working group that we're aware of is looking at these. It's a small commercial working group that is looking at commercial buyback and commercial relief in the kind of flop of the commercial fishery, as it were. And that identified, they identified over $250 million to develop a licensed buyback program. So when you look at the 647 million that was identified, you can see that $100 million was identified under the minister's announcement to go to the BC SHRIFT process. And if external flow is only 30%, that's a total of 194 million. And if the buyback is going to be a priority, that even falls short for their buyback. So what we're led to understand is, okay, so where's the room for Indigenous resourcing? So it's causing us some concern in our dialogue with DFO at the regional level. Next slide, please. So on the provincial response to the Wild Salmon Initiative is the parliamentary secretary was identified and mandated to revitalize and restore Pacific salmon populations. In speaking with the parliamentary secretary, Donnelly, he indicates that he hopes to put a salmon lens on all provincial ministry initiatives. There were no actual resources mentioned in the provincial budget to support this mandate. However, I think that they're working now on a provincial BC wild salmon strategy discussion document. And I think that they're going to be proposing specific budget amounts for that. We at the Fisheries Council have a meeting with the ministry associate deputy ministers next week to continue dialogue on the provincial collaboration and engagement with BC First Nations. The four ministries currently in conversations on this is Ministry of Indigenous Reconciliation and Relations, the Ag, Fish and Food Ministry, Ministry of Environment, and FLNRO. Of course, we know that there's many of these ministries that have jurisdictions that impact and affect the life cycle of Pacific salmon. We know that there's going to be need for water regimes, water flows, best practices in forestry, mining, all of those kind of things that affect the streams and waters and watersheds and habitats that fish are needing and requiring. So we'll be working with those ministries to inform the BC fisheries strategy. Next slide, please. We've also been reaching out to the non-governmental organizations, specifically the Pacific Salmon Foundation. We've been working on a memorandum of understanding with them, with the idea that we need to be talking about salmon dialogues across tables, because we're at a place in time where we're all going to be needing to work together to protect and restore Pacific salmon. Our goal is to develop a comprehensive engagement process to identify issues and solutions across the full spectrum of interested parties. Next slide, please. So some of the specific actions that we recommended to the conversation amongst First Nations is that, number one, we're going to need a high-level strategy. We're going to need to increase our presence in Ottawa to affect and influence decisions which are more reflective of First Nations rights and priority of access. Number two, we need to really focus in on developing regional partnerships. Of course, the All Chiefs Task Force report in 2010 was really admonishing us to avoid a fragmented voice. We want to also recognize that BC First Nations have identified shared priorities to restore wild salmon populations, to ensure First Nations priority access, and to safeguard habitat and respond to threats. These are embedded within our action plan. Some of the specific work plan activities that we want to be working on in the immediate future with the Fisheries Council is implementation of the Pacific Salmon Strategic Initiative, Wild Salmon Policy, our Water for Fish Initiative. The government uses many of its resources to staff internally, but fails to invest in BC First Nations capacity. We want to avoid and inform government at all scales the need to avoid internal cannibalization of their resourcing. Next slide, please. So we also think it's important for us to identify, amongst First Nations, that there's a delineated conversation that are appropriate to specific themes. Many First Nations in our inland and freshwater areas really have a strong desire to really engage and lead the conversation on rebuilding and enhancement. And we want to focus dialogue within those stewardship regions. There's another conversation that is all focused on migration and examining all aspects of protection from threats, outward migration, and the threats that are encountered through industrialization and urbanization as they head out, and also the predation and impacts that are occurring in our climate change cumulative effects areas. And then finally, there's a whole conversation that needs to take place regarding harvest transformation, to examine a new model for access, identifying the management data and harvest rules that again places priority on the First Nations rights and priority access. Next slide, please. So as we indicated that we were at the start, we talked about the resolutions that were put forward last year about identifying the striking of the Wild Salmon Steering Committee. In recent discussions, I met with Bob Chamberlain to talk about the need for us to really work together most effectively to find areas of shared priorities and focus and make recommendations to the Wild Salmon Steering Committee. Our strategic priority objective is to protect and restore wild Pacific salmon. If we had the attention of the minister in the room right now, and they said, what do you want? We'd say, we want healthy, sustainable populations. We want to ensure protection of habitats. We want collaboration on priorities. And we want to provide policy advice as appropriate because we don't want to find out about initiatives like the Pacific Salmon Strategic Initiative as it's being announced from Ottawa. So again, that's working to increase our presence in Ottawa. So the final key implementation needs as part of what we've presented in the Wild Salmon Steering Committee presentation, this exact same slideshow, was really the need for us to organize ourselves to ensure coherent messaging and advice along the entire life cycle of salmon at the enhancement, rebuilding stage, the migration both ways, and priority access and harvest. We also need to be working together in developing shared ownership of the problem and collaborate on specific solutions. And then we also talked about the need to identify a champion or an advocate on behalf of BC First Nations. We recognize that the Fisheries Council is spread across many, many different areas of focus. And perhaps it's time to really identify a clear lead to discuss salmon. And so that was one of the things that we talked about during the Wild Salmon Steering Committee conversation. Once we identified that, we were always going to be, again, sharing with the nations in British Columbia about the outcomes of that. And I believe that's going to be a recommendation to you in your resolutions. So thank you. I'll turn it over to the President to add on that ultimately we're stronger when we work together. So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be quite short in my comments. There are just 3 points that I want to highlight. Jordan mentioned that $647 million has been committed over 5 years by the federal government in the 2021 budget to deal with the issue of declining stocks of salmon on the West Coast. This is an issue or the 647 million is for British Columbia. Once again, DFO has come to the First Nations and said, don't worry about it. We're going to take care of it. And they're cannibalizing 60% of that money to spend internally within the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. What's going to be left for the First Nations? Nothing. 100 million will go to BC Shrift and 94 million will go back to the buyback program. It's your resource. The voice should be coming from the First Nations. The position of the BC Fisheries Council is that we have to have a holistic approach to the future of salmon in this province. We need to involve the federal government, yes. We need to involve the province. They control the forest industry, the mining industry. They put dams on rivers. They give licenses to float homes on the coast. The province needs to be sitting at the table with us. But most importantly, First Nations have to have the guiding voice. The resource belongs to First Nations. So we're faced with a problem, and the First Nations Fisheries Council is going to be asking for your help and asking for your loud voice to object to the cannibalization of the federal dollars, the 647 million, to be spent internally by DFO, 60% of it. We need to hear a strong voice from First Nations in British Columbia saying, no, that those days are gone when the federal government comes and decides how they're going to spend all the money on a resource that we own, that you own as First Nations in British Columbia. So we have talked to the Regional Director General once already, and we're going to talk to her again. Jordan and I had the opportunity to speak to the Minister of Fisheries, and at that time, I told her that the time for studies is past. We've had so many studies done in British Columbia on what's happening to the salmon resource. We need now action. We need to get something done to try and address the growing list of problems that are affecting the poor returns of this resource and of this important part of our cultures and our traditions on the West Coast. So I think we had the minister's voice, our minister's ear. We're going to press it to her again, assuming that this same minister stays stays in the ministry after the election, we'll see. The First Nations Fisheries Council, as you know, is comprised of 11 representatives from 11 different regions in British Columbia. I'm elected to represent the 13 First Nations of the Nuu-chah-nulth Tribal Council. We have 11 representatives, and we're going to be asking those representatives all over British Columbia to take it back to their First Nations to impress upon the federal government. No more studies, no more bureaucracy growing by DFO at the expense of proper resourcing of First Nations. Those days are gone. They have to end. So we're going to be asking our council members to bring that message back to you and hopefully have your support and voice against the federal government's grabbing of 60% of those dollars to pay for their own Department of Fisheries and Oceans. Our own AGM will be held November 8th to the 10th this year. It's going to be online, and that is going to be an issue that we will encourage people to bring to the online AGM when the Regional Director General appears there. So I think we have a big fight ahead of us to try and get proper resourcing for First Nations from that 647 million. But I think that with a strong voice and a coordinated call by all the First Nations and the First Nations organizations in British Columbia, we can bring the message home to the federal government. Thank you very much for allowing us the opportunity to report to you today. Thank you.
Go to the chat, see if there's any questions.
We are technically at the time when we would switch over to the next agenda item. However, I do note that the BCAFN representative to the Wildlife Salmon Steering Committee has his hand up, as does Chief Lewis. So let's take those comments. We'll see where we are following that, but then we'll be looking to move to our next agenda item, which is the BC First Nations Gaming Commission. Over to you, Tyrone.
Thank you, Harold. Tyrone McNeil, President of Stallwood Tribal Council, proxy for member community Sauli First Nation. I am one of the BCFN's appointees to the Wild Salmon Steering Committee, and I need to signal to the Assembly and to Regional Chief that it hasn't been nearly as effective as we would have liked, Harold. We seem to take one step forward and 2 steps back, or 2 steps forward and 3 steps back. We haven't been able to meet. We don't have any funding to support us in terms of the criteria yet, and there's converging mandates within. So due to miscommunication, we didn't get a resolution, a fulsome resolution in this kit. So we will be working on one, but I just want to signal to the chiefs that we'll be putting forward a resolution that we feel is necessary to advance this issue. This clearly needs some political space, political leadership involved, because there's so many technical bodies involved. And one of our mandates was to review the mandates of technical bodies, and we took a first cut at that and then got steered in a different direction, Harold. So we're proposing that we put forward a single advocate to lead, to spearhead this for us, to work with the various councils, to work with the Assembly, the Union, and the Summit to advance this agenda from a political context. But we're finding chiefs just don't have time to meet. We have our mandate in front of us, but we don't have any resourcing to give it some teeth and some feet. So finding a single person to push that agenda will make a big difference on behalf of all of us. So I just wanted to give the chiefs a heads up. There will be a resolution coming forward in a resolution package as quickly as we can get it into the BCFN system that speaks to advancing this. But Harold, it's a really important message that I, as appointee from the BCFN, signal back to you chiefs that endorsed me to be your appointment, that the process laid out is well intended, but has been, for the most part, ineffective. We simply have not had a chance and opportunity to advance the mandate, period. So I really encourage you to look forward to that resolution tomorrow or whenever it comes forward, Harold, and some of us will be available to speak to it as well. Thanks, Harold.
Thank you very much, Tyrone. I also recognize Tyrone also as a proxy in the meeting. Yeah, so the resolutions rules are in before noon tomorrow, and then will be processed. So thanks for reminding us of that. As we go to Chief Lewis, I do want to let the speakers know that Cook B. Robbins has also entered a comment and question in the chat, and if you could respond to that in writing, that would be great as well. And let us turn to Chief Lewis. Byron?
Yeah, I'll make this as short as possible. Byron Lewis, Chief Lee Okanagan Band. And I think it's really imperative that we actually start to ramp this up into the, into the political voice, because we really need to look at this from, it's no longer just an issue of consultation and accommodation that's been going on, but they need to understand that there's an infringement of Aboriginal rights here that has not been justified by either the provincial or the federal government. And if you go back, the province, who does not have any type of jurisdiction whatsoever to extinguish an Aboriginal right, is doing so through their practices. We really need to get, as chiefs, to really get a handle on this and to really start pushing the issue and start doing something that we wanted to do in 1990, but did not have the ability to do so. And that's the implementation of Sparrow. And we need to be able to get back to that point to start holding government responsible. I mean, look at the water temperatures in the Fraser alone. How much of that's been attributable to resource management of the province, who basically logged all watersheds along that system. And this is no different from anywhere else. Now you look at that and you take that with the fires that happened in the interior. Well, most of the water that's coming in these areas is going to be compromised, especially next year in terms of water temperature. And again, what is being done to actually mitigate this? It is time for that we actually look at this as taking a political voice to this, because this is a title and rights issue. I fully support, our technicians and other bodies from dealing with the issues on that technical level. But now we're at the point where we need a strong political response, and that can only come from the chiefs. And I think this is important, that we actually start taking this process and, and moving this forward, at least to put placeholders in there to where we can actually stop this door from being closed. And we need to get back into there to start dragging the province. And again, who has no jurisdiction to extinguish an Aboriginal right, is at the forefront of that. And also the federal government, who's failed their entire process. This is much more than just about allocations of resources and money, how that's being allocated. It's the question of them failing to live up to their obligations to us. And that is to ensure our access, or continued access, for food, social, and ceremonial use. And I ask everyone sitting in that room, how many have gotten their food, just let alone their food fisheries? I can tell you right now, going over my fridge, I had 3 pieces that were basically destroyed from the fire, when from the power kicking out. That's it for fish. For me, it comes in a can. So this is how serious it is. And we really need to get back to that and start looking at this from a political standpoint. We as chiefs need to stand up and make that point, that this is not a technical issue for discussion. This is a political issue to talk about exactly what's happening in this province. And that is a movement toward the extinguishment of our rights due to mismanagement of our resources. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Chief Lewis. And I will also note that Chief Fletcher has put a comment, so encouraging our speakers to take a look at that as well. And so that I do need to move us along to our next agenda item. So thank you very much to the 3 presenters, and for those of you who are able to participate both in the chat and in the speaking order here. On the issue of the BC First Nations Gaming Commission, we will be joined by Dr. Judith Sayers in her capacity as a director of the commission. We are joined by Jay Johnson, the advisor, and Bram Rogachevsky, the legal counsel. And so we will look to them for their presentation. And just noting, we are about 15 minutes behind on our scheduled agenda. Will it be over to Jay or Bram first, noting Judith is not in the Zoom right at this moment.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My name is Jay Johnson. I am the Chief Negotiator and Senior Technical Advisor to the BC First Nations Gaming Initiative. We've been working on this on this initiative for many, many years, as most of you know. 2 years ago, we were successful in our negotiations and obtained the gaming revenue sharing agreement through legislative change and in the final conclusions of the agreement into 2 sections. It triggered the establishment of your BC First Nations Limited Partnership, which is your distribution entity that shares the annual contributions to all communities in British Columbia. Today, we're presenting on our efforts over the last number of months, probably about 9 months of work, to try to protect the integrity of the original agreement, and as such, it's the integrity of the intended transfer of revenue into the limited partnerships and then out to each one of your communities, First Nations communities. And the integrity was being challenged, of course, by the COVID-19 pandemic and crisis. And in March 16, 2020, casinos and all gaming facilities in the province closed for well over a year and did not open until July 1st, 2021, which has had a massive impact on revenues to the province and therefore our revenues as a percentage of those out to the communities. So we've been working with the senior levels of government to try to negotiate a solution where we could protect some or as much of the resources as possible that were originally intended into the communities. And we've had some pretty positive outcomes lately, and we'd like to kind of share with you a little bit about where we're at and where we hope to be going. I just want to note that there is an anomaly with this work in that our original agreement, we were successful in arranging for 2 years to be transferred to the limited partnership in advance for distribution. And little did we know how important that second year would have been to your communities, given that the COVID crisis reduced our revenue by potentially 70%. And so we had those resources in hand. However, the agreement also necessitates that if we're overpaid or underpaid, that there's an adjustment, and we termed it a clawback. So we'd like to speak to that. So we've been working hard to protect the revenue so that we're not faced in year 4, which is next year for everyone, of approximately a $75 million clawback from the revenue out of that fiscal year. So that would reduce that revenue by quite a bit. So maybe if I could turn it over to Bram to walk through the presentation, and we'd be happy to take some questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Jay, and thanks everyone for allowing us to present. And I'll just note that Dr. Sayers is in transit and she hoped to be able to join, but I don't think she's in an area of service. She will join if she can. But I'll just quickly walk through the proposal and the slide that you see on the screen there. And as Jay noted, and as everyone knows, the agreement that was reached creates an entitlement for 7% of net revenue from the BC Lottery Corporation to flow into the partnership and then flow out into your communities. The way the agreement and the legislation operates is that the payments are based on estimates of revenue in a particular year, and then those payments get reconciled with actuals. So as Jay says, if there's an overpayment, then there's a deduction from the payment in subsequent years. And if there's an underpayment, then it gets topped up. And in particular, of particular relevance to us today is the year 1 and 2 payments, which came in as a chunk, real dollars into your communities of $196 million. The reconciliation of that against actuals happens in year 4. And I'll just note that when that specific provision got negotiated, it was considered to be very significant in terms of the reconciliation. BCLC is pretty good at estimating their revenues, and so it was designed to be just an accounting treatment to ensure that the payments that we didn't have to wait for the actuals, that the dollars went out to the communities, but that reconciliation at the end of the day. And indeed, that would have been the case. And if we look at year one funds here, when casinos were mostly fully operational, the amount received was 98 million based on the estimate, and the actuals for that year were pretty close. So that was tracking. The problem, as we all know, came in year two. Year two, the payment was $99 million based on the estimates. And because the casinos closed basically for the entire fiscal year, and because casinos account for about 70% of the profits of BC Lottery Corporation, the actuals in year two were much, much lower. The actuals in year two were only about $25 or $26 million. And what that does is it creates a massive overpayment that, in accordance with the agreement, would have to be reconciled. Year three is this fiscal year. And that's the payment that you would have received at the end of April. And you will have noted that you have about 40% reduction in your payment for year three based on estimates, which again will get reconciled in year five. But some of the pain of this is being felt this year in year three. And that $58 million estimate is based on kind of a gradual reopening of casinos that's already started. Year four, I just want to focus on because that's the focus of the proposal. Year four, the estimate for your year four payment, which will come April of 2022, is currently projected at about $91 million. The problem is that that's when the clawback occurs for the overpayment from year two. And what it's looking like is that clawback will be in the neighborhood of $75 million based on the reconciliation. So the true dollars that would flow to the partnership in year four are probably only 15 or 16 million, which is obviously a massive reduction and a massive problem. And so that's where our proposal has been focused on. Our proposal has been focused on trying to secure some relief for that clawback so as not to feel the pain, so to speak, of that year four clawback. So that'll be the focus of the next few minutes. But before I get into the proposal specifically, if we can go to the next slide. And I don't think we have to say this, everyone will know this and understand this, but that drastic reduction in funds, 40% of which are this year, but the main pain next year has myriad impacts to the communities and to all of the partners. Obviously, fewer discretionary dollars into the community. And one of the hallmarks of this agreement was that these dollars that flowed into communities were truly discretionary. They weren't tied to any deliverables or to any particular programs. And having the ability to have those dollars enabled you to meet a number of priorities that weren't being met through other funds. So obviously fewer discretionary dollars, negative impact on the ability to leverage security for loans. And we've heard from FNFA, for example, and others about the reduction in borrowing power that might come with the lack of security of funds and such a significant downturn of funds in year four. Negative impact on ability to access alternate sources of funds, including situations where you have to provide matching funds or seed funding, and really significantly the diversion of funding away from important community-focused programs and services. And we know this is already the case. We know that many of your communities had to divert your gaming funds year one and two to fight COVID, for COVID-related measures, for emergency-related measures. That's already occurred, and that will be exacerbated through year three and year four. And this was all contrary to the intent of the Bcafn revenue sharing agreement, which was intended to provide secure funding. And this is part of the messaging that we've been bringing forward to the government as part of our discussions. And particularly around year four next year we have a situation where the anticipation is that there's going to be a recovery for much of society for the gaming dollars, but that's the time where there'll be the most significant hit. And what that will do is cause our communities to fall further behind in their ability to move forward based on these funds and make it harder to catch up. So we understand the impacts, we've communicated the impacts, and what we have proposed to the province, if we can go to the next slide, is a measure that would essentially see that clawback in year 1 and year 2 canceled. And so we would assume kind of the payment for this year and year 3, but when it comes to next April, when you get your payments, when the partnership gets its funds, it would get that full estimate as opposed to having those funds clawed back. And that would set the basis to move forward based on the intent of the agreement. Now, how would that happen? There's a couple of different options that could happen. The preferred option that's being advanced would be an amendment to the Gaming Control Act and to the Revenue Sharing Agreement. And what we're calling it is a relatively surgical amendment because it wouldn't take a massive amendment. There's specific provision in the Gaming Control Act and a specific provision in the agreement that calls for this clawback. And what the government would simply do is repeal those provisions. And so that clawback would go away and would allow the rest of the agreement to function as intended. And so that is what seems to be the preferred and most painless option. We can talk about timelines for that. What it would achieve, it would offset the impacts on BCLC revenues in year 1 and 2, and it would reestablish that steady flow of funding starting next year. So it doesn't address the impacts this year that will get reconciled in year 5. The estimates for this year and the funds that you received would stay whole. And it's part of this principle of kind of quote unquote sharing the pain. But we're really focusing on what will be the massive impact in year 4. Just go to the status of this as I move through quickly. Your team's been having discussions with MER senior negotiator at the senior negotiator level. We've received positive signals from the province. They're now in the midst of reviews leading to cabinet approval. So they're going through their ADM level approvals and deputy level approvals to ready this to go to cabinet for approval. And we'll talk a little bit in the next slide about why it's important to do it as quickly as it's happening. But we're on that trajectory and we'll be prepared to provide another update as soon as possible. We wanted to just make it very clear that we're operating within the scope of the agreement and the mandate to protect the integrity of the agreement. We've made it extremely clear to the province that this is without prejudice and does not impact any other COVID relief discussions that might be happening either through the PTOs, through the Leadership Council, or through your individual nations or communities. This is specifically related to the implementation of the agreement. So from a timeline perspective, where we're at currently are these provincial government committee briefings. Now, for this to work as we want it to work, it has to be implementable by April 2022, because that's when the partnership will receive their year 4 payment. And what we want is for that year 4 payment to be whole. And so there's a bit of work to be done between now and then to make sure it can be implemented. So the timeline that the province is working towards is cabinet approval in October, which would allow them to start working with Legislative Council to get the amendments ready to be introduced in the late fall session, which would then allow for the implementation of this in the early preparation for the implementation of this in the early spring, to allow that full check to be cut to the partnership in April. So lots of things have to happen quickly. I think the good news is that government seems quite focused on this as part of the story that they'd like to tell about reconciliation from a COVID perspective as it relates to this agreement. It's certainly not a slam dunk, but we have received positive signs that we may be able to get this done on these timelines. So that's the timeline. And then I'll just add one more slide because we were asked to raise this because there's been some communication about a further proposed amendment, unrelated, a further proposed amendment to the gaming control regulation, and there's some consultation that the province is doing. And we're still in kind of the information gathering phase here, but essentially they're proposing a legislative change that would remove the requirement for BCLC to seek ministerial approval for the development, relocation of or change of a gaming facility. And what they're saying is, well, kind of don't worry, be happy. The minister has that authority, but hasn't ever really exercised it. It is a BCLC decision, quote unquote. We're a little bit unsure about that, and particularly as we look ahead to a potential mandate to be negotiating phase 2, which is about the siting of facilities and the more substantive involvement of your nations and communities in the industry writ large. More generally, there's some concern about the removal of provincial oversight on those decisions. So I don't want to speak too much about that other than we've got some meetings lined up over the next couple of weeks. Obviously, we'll liaise with the Leadership Council as it relates to providing feedback on this proposed consultation, because I think it's early days. We just wanted to touch on that. And then finally, we do have some contact information at the end of the slideshow. And just a note that I know time is slight today, but we do have a Gaming Commission email address. If anyone has any questions or comments or wants to talk about any of what we've talked about, and obviously for partnership related issues relating to distribution, folks can get in touch with the partnership directly. So Gila Kessler, thank you for listening, and we'll take any questions, Mr. Chair, if time allows.
Thank you very much, Jay. Thank you very much, Bram. Yes, and appreciate the presentation, the thoroughness. Yeah, that clawback could seem dire, but it looks like you've also presented a fairly comprehensive strategy for staying on top of that and minimizing the impact. And plus, you've indicated that you're essentially on top of and preparing the brief regarding the facility siting amendment as well as a secondary item. So really appreciate that. I will look to the Zoom to see if there's any need for a question, and I'll look to the raised hands function for that. Otherwise, as I may have hinted throughout the day, I am feeling some time pressure, and we'll be looking to move forward to the next agenda item if I don't see any hands. I'm not seeing any at the moment, so I do want to thank the speakers for their presentation, and please give our regards to Dr. Sayers. We do know she's got many responsibilities that she's dealing with in her multiple positions. And so we, of course, respect and understand that. So thank you very much, Jay and Bram. And then let us move forward. We are going to turn to the First Nations Education Steering Committee discussion. And I see we are 6-7 minutes behind schedule. So that's pretty good, actually. I'm going to look to Tyrone McNeil in his capacity as the president of the First Nations Education Steering Committee, and I'll start with Tyrone.
Thank you, Harold. I've also got Thane Bonner with me. I'll go through one resolution. Thane will go through another one. My Executive Director, Deb Jeffries, on board to respond to any questions or comments the chiefs and delegates may have. But the first resolution we're putting forward shortly, or at some point soon here, speaks to the calling for an independent investigation into Indigenous specific racism within the province. You're familiar with the School District 57 report coming out, and you haven't presented it to you tomorrow. So, that just again elevates where the racism is in the public education system. And some of this stems from the 2020 the 2020 review that identified. Sorry, I lost my word there. The In Plain Sight and Health report that Marielle Trevella did at Queequeg. And the findings in health, we're quite confident are going to be similar in education. We know of some obvious ones. The report out of 57 is there. The 2015 Auditor General report for the province identified racism of low expectations. The racism is evident in data that we've shared with chiefs over the years. Like our latest 5-year school completion rate is at 40%, 47%. Our students represent 40% of all students in alternative studies, although we only make up about 12% of the student population. And we're particularly concerned, Harold, about the events this year around our residential schools and how that's playing out in public schools here in the province, and in such ways that it promotes and encourages that systemic interpersonal racism against our kids from all sectors of the public education system, not only from students, but the bias and indifference from some teachers and other teaching staff, and right up to school boards, as is evident in the 57 report. So we're going to be asking, our resolution is going to speak specifically to calling for a distinctions-based investigation into the systemic Indigenous specific racism in K-12 and post-secondary. And we want to draw attention to that systemic discrimination and the need to eliminate anti-Indigenous discrimination and racism in the entire public education system. We've been at it for a while, Harold, as you know, but I think this is an opportunity to push folks completely out of their comfort zone and have people that wouldn't normally recognize that there is racism in their schools, in their classrooms, recognize that and come to appreciate that they play a role in making a difference in resolving that discrimination and racism. And we have raised now signals to the chiefs. We have raised with the minister that given Akwikwe, Mary Ellen Trapel-Lafon's role as the child and youth advocate, she's done reports including on education, that she'd be the prime person to do this piece of research for us. Although that piece isn't in the resolution, Harold, I want to signal that to the chiefs that we have taken a thoughtful approach on who should or could conduct the research on racism in public schools, and then from there be guided by that in plain sight report and other work that Mary Ellen has done as a child and youth rep, along with the positions that we put forward, Vanessa has put forward to the ministry over the years around racism, bias, indifference, especially on the low grades that our kids get right across the board. Short and sweet, Harold, and I'll turn it over to Thane to take us through post-secondary. Then if we could, after Thane, open it up for questions and comments. Thane?
Thank
Good
you,
afternoon.
Tyrone. Over to Bain.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for providing us with the time to speak to you about these. We have a briefing note and a draft resolution that you should have in your materials. I recognize that you are short on time, so I won't go into too much detail, but can answer any questions if you want any more detail. So FINESC, working with our partner, the Indigenous Adult and Higher Learning Association, are seeking support from First Nations leadership to call on the province to recognize the unique and critical role of First Nations mandated post-secondary institutes through the provision of ongoing core funding and the development of legislation that recognizes their role. These institutes are established and controlled by a First Nation or a group of First Nations and deliver post-secondary programs directly in their community. I think everyone is quite aware of the critical role that they play in supporting inherent rights of First Nations to self-determination and self-government, including First Nations control of First Nations education, and also their key role in the revitalization of First Nations languages and culture through access to accredited First Nations language and culture programming in First Nations communities. Despite this, they have never had access to ongoing core funding, and they've had to rely on proposal-based funding in order to complete their work and meeting the needs of their community. So often a scramble and no sustainability in terms of the programs they can offer and the staff that they can have employed at their institutes. At the end of last fiscal, we were successful in a proposal to the ministry for $4 million, the Ministry of Advanced Education and Skills Training, to support these institutes. And then more recently, an additional $750,000 was made available to support capacity building for those institutes that didn't meet the threshold for core funding. But that was one-time kind of year-end funding. And we're now seeking a commitment from the province for ongoing core funding and capacity building funding so they can operate sustainably. These amounts were requested as an interim approach over the next 3 years, during which we'll get a more comprehensive understanding of what the real needs are on the ground in communities. So at the same time, just for some context, Tori, the ministry is currently exploring changes to the Aboriginal Service Plan initiative that provides funding to public post-secondary institutions for their Indigenous programming. Finesk and Ayala have both raised that it's inappropriate for additional funding to be going into the public post-secondary system when First Nations mandated institutes still don't have any core funding. And such a move would reinforce existing inequalities within the post-secondary system. And just another piece of context, the province provides about $2 billion annually to the public post-secondary system. So, this $4.75 million ask is 0.2% of that amount. And given the role that we know these institutes are playing, that seems a very small proportion of the overall pot. So I'll just also note, as set out in the briefing note and the resolution, providing this funding and introducing this legislation would be consistent with commitments to implementing the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, as well as commitments made in the province's 2012 post-secondary education and training policy framework. So a commitment to explore funding of these institutes that still hasn't been fulfilled after these last, all these years. In the interest of time, I'll just jump ahead to the end of the draft resolution there. So what we're proposing is therefore be it resolved that the Bcafn Chiefs in Assembly call on British Columbia to immediately provide ongoing core and capacity funding to First Nations mandated institutes, and that the Bcafn Chiefs in Assembly call on British Columbia to work with Finesk and Ayala to co-develop legislation that recognizes the unique and critical role of First Nations mandated post-secondary institutes in the British Columbia post-secondary system and commits British Columbia to providing ongoing core funding for First Nations mandated post-secondary institutes. I'll stop there if there's any questions.
Yeah, that's great, Bain. We'll just check before we actually formally put the resolution on the floor. We'll check with Deborah to see if there's comments from her, and then we'll process the resolutions.
No comments from me other than as I think Tyrone indicated, the racism resolutions has already been passed by the other two organizations, and we're hoping to move on that. And this broader piece of core funding for our institutes is part of a BC specific post-secondary model that we want to make sure we begin to move forward on as well.
Thank you very much, Deborah, and I do appreciate your taking some time given the situation that you're dealing with, and so thank you for that. And so we do have the presentation that is in. You do have in your package two resolutions. Tyrone, if it works for you, we'll move directly to those resolutions, and then see if there's a need for discussion as a part of that process. So I do want to ask the delegation if they'll turn their attention to draft resolution 3. Call for independent investigation and report into Indigenous specific racism and discrimination in public education systems. I do have a mover, Proxy Jade Duranlo from McLeod Lake. I will need a seconder for this resolution, and may I have a raised hand to demonstrate that? Thank you very much, Chief Louis from Ahousaht, for seconding this resolution. And so the presentations have addressed this. And essentially on this particular resolution and regarding the racism, it is sort of acknowledging the 2020 developments that resulted in the In Plain Sight report. It is highlights that this racism is not a new issue and that it is systemic and entrenched, and does remind us in there, whereas D, that the racism of low expectations in the education system for Aboriginal people and First Nations people was identified in 2015 by the report of the Auditor General on Aboriginal education in BC public school systems. Emphasizes again what we're all familiar with, the recent events, which have really highlighted the need for continued action on this, and so therefore moves us into the therefore be it resolves that the Bcafn Chiefs in Assembly fully support the First Nations Education Steering Committee in its continued advocacy for systemic changes to address ongoing and persistent racism and discrimination experienced by First Nations learners in the provincial public school system. And 2, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly call on the province of British Columbia to commission an independent and distinctions-based investigation and report into systemic and Indigenous specific racism and discrimination in the K-12 and post-secondary provincial public education system, similar to the In Plain Sight report into racism in the BC public health system, in order to A, draw attention to systemic discrimination and the need to eliminate anti-Indigenous racism occurring in the BC public education system, and B, support the identification of measures to eliminate such racism and discrimination and to uphold the minimum human rights standards in the United Nations declarations on the rights of Indigenous peoples as mandated under the Declaration Act on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Is there a need for discussion of this resolution? I do see Cookby Robbins has his hand up.
Yeah, well, thank you for all the hard work there, Tyrone. I really do think that the education system does need a complete overhaul when it comes to the systemic racism. But we also would like to see in this resolution, if we can wordsmith it real quickly, would be the school district's responsibility to meet with leadership to discuss the next steps when it comes to the 72 challenges that they had in front of them with the reconciliation agreement. There are 72 articles in there that is related to education. So.
Cookie Robbins, I just wanted to check. We did lose your volume there for a second.
Well, I just said that I'd like to leave it there and see if there's anything that we can add to the resolution around the 72 reconciliation steps that were put forward.
Okay, and Tyrone, maybe I'll move to you for just a comment on that before moving to the mover and seconder.
Sure. I think what Cookie is asking for, Harold, is just that a new C there where the action plan resulting from the report be the implementation of the action plan developed from the report be co-developed with First Nations.
Okay,
Cookie, is that close enough? Because it's hard to get specific First Nations like you're referencing, but
yeah,
inclusive of First Nations would be province-wide.
Yeah, and I think that's clear enough. I think if it's okay with the mover and seconder.
Yeah, and so just to be clear, Tyrone, you're adding a C in the therefore be it resolves to C, correct?
Yes.
And the wording, do we have the wording?
That the results of the report
go ahead
lead to an implementation plan co-developed with First Nations.
Got it. Thank you very much. And just check with our mover and seconder, Jade Duranlo and Chief Craig Louie.
Yep, I'm okay with that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Housing supports, thank you. Housing supports, thank you, Harold. Thank you, Ty.
Great, thank you very much for that. Is there a need for further discussion of this resolution? Is there a need for further discussion of this resolution?
Question.
Seeing none and having heard the question called, let us move to that. Are there any objections to the resolution as amended? Draft Resolution 3. Seeing or hearing no objections, are there any abstentions to Draft Resolution 3 as amended? Seeing or hearing none, then with your permission, ladies and gentlemen, we'll indicate that Draft Resolution 3 on racism in the education system, public education system, is adopted by unanimous consensus. Thank you very much for that. Let us move our attention to Draft Resolution 4, support for core and capacity funding for First Nations mandated post-secondary institutes. And Bain did essentially read this into the record, but I do need a mover and seconder on this. So if I see a raised hands for a mover and seconder, thank you, Chief Louie, Greg Louie from Ahousaht as a mover, and I do need a seconder. Is there anyone in the delegation willing to stand as a seconder for the support for core and capacity funding for First Nations mandated post-secondary institutes? I see Chief Donna Aljam from Nikomen has seconded that. Thank you very much, Chief. And again, Bain did read this into the record essentially very well. It just talks about the work of the steering committee with the Indigenous Adult and Higher Learning Association, really references in the therefore be resolves from H to P, different BC specific studies, questionnaires, and initiatives with supporting conclusions for the need for this core funding. Plus, it references the fact that in Ontario there was a legislative fix to this regarding the Indigenous Institutions Act. And then, of course, he speaks, as he did at the very end, to the point that there was that initial one-time funding, but that does not, well, probably good, did not address the need for the ongoing core funding that is being called for. And he did read that into the record. I'll read it again, but again, noting that this is what we call a mirrored resolution, having been passed by the other two associations as well. So therefore be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly call on British Columbia to immediately provide ongoing core and capacity funding to First Nations mandated institutes. And two, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly call on British Columbia to work with FNESC and the IAHLA to co-develop legislation that recognizes the unique and critical role of First Nations mandated post-secondary institutes in the British Columbia post-secondary system and commits British Columbia to providing ongoing core funding for First Nations mandated post-secondary institutes. Is there a need for discussion of this resolution? Second call, is there a need for discussion of this resolution? Seeing or hearing none, let us then move to the question. Is there any objection to this resolution? Draft Resolution 4, as it is contained in your kits and available online. Seeing or hearing no objections, are there any abstentions? Seeing or hearing no objections or abstentions, then with your permission, this draft resolution 4 is also adopted by unanimous consensus. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for that. Just looking at our time, I'll look back to Tyrone to see if there's any closing remarks before we move precisely on time to our 3 o'clock COVID health and vaccination presentations.
We are good, Harold. Thank you to the chiefs and delegates for your support in 2 resolutions. Look forward to working with you in the future on implementation of them.
Great. Thank you very much for that. And so we do want to look for that. We had earlier let Dr. Henry know we were running a bit behind, but with your cooperation, we have managed to catch back up on our agenda. So really appreciate that. And we are looking for that presentation. You'll note on your agenda in terms of COVID-19 health priorities and vaccination passports, we will be joined by Dr. Bonnie Henry, the Provincial Health Officer. Dr. Danielle Bain-Smith will also be joining us, the Deputy Provincial Health Officer. Dr. Shannon McDonald, the Chief Medical Officer for the First Nations Health Authority, Les Doran, the co-chair of the First Nations Health Council, and Richard Jock, the CEO for the First Nations Health Authority. I do see a number of the presenters there. I'm just checking to see if Dr. Henry has signed in or if Dr. Smith is there or Bain Smith. I do not see them, so perhaps noting that here now. Okay, just making your way in from the waiting room. And so we'll look for her. So welcome. Is it Dr. Henry just coming in? Yeah. Welcome, Dr. Henry, and appreciate your flexibility. We've managed to get back to closer on time and just slightly ahead of our time. So I want to thank the delegation for that. And we'll turn it over to you, Dr. Henry, for your remarks.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Hard. And you caught me very by surprise because I didn't think you'd be on time.
Me neither.
I do want to start by acknowledging that I have the privilege of speaking to you today from the traditional and unceded territories of the the Squamish, the Musqueam, and the Tsleil-Waututh First Nations here in Vancouver today. And I'm very grateful to be able to speak to you from these lands. I also want to start by acknowledging that I have one of my partners and colleagues and friends here supporting me, Dr. Danielle Bain-Smith, who is the Deputy Provincial Health Officer for Indigenous Health and Wellness in my office. And Danielle and I have, of course, spent a lot of time along with our partners at the First Nations Health Authority trying to do everything we can to support Indigenous people in getting through this pandemic with the least amount of trauma as we can. I will start by also saying thank you very much for inviting us to be here with you today. And I know there's a lot of questions and there's a lot that we've been through together. And I want to acknowledge that this has been a long, long road that we've been on. It's longer than we probably ever imagined, or certainly much, much longer than we wanted. And we've had periods where things have gone really well, and we've had periods of immense challenge. And I think it's important for us to acknowledge that it is been hard, and it's hard right now where we have so much hope. We have so much hope because we know we have vaccines that are working and that are protecting people and that are protecting our community members, our seniors, our elders, our knowledge keepers, but that we aren't at a place yet where we've been able to stop this virus from still having its impact on our communities, on our families, on our friends. And I'm here today at a hospital visiting some of my colleagues in the ICU here, where people, again, are stretched and tired, but they show up every day with compassion and caring, because that is what we do. And it's what we do as healthcare workers. It's what we do as leaders in our communities. And I know every single one of you is doing that as well. So today I wanted to be able to get your advice and thoughts. I'm very, very proud of how early on we were able to prioritize Indigenous peoples and took an all of community approach with immunization to be able to get vaccines early to as many First Nations, to every First Nations community in this province. And that made a tremendous difference. But I'm also somewhat distressed that we have reached a point where we've leveled off, and there are now many communities where immunization is below the provincial average, and we're starting to see people becoming sick with COVID again, and it's affecting people's lives. It means that people are ending up in hospital. It means that people are getting sick in communities again. And so I need your advice. I need your wisdom on what we can do to try and bring those immunization rates up again so that we're protecting as many people in every community as possible. And I'm in the ICU where there are 16 COVID patients, 2 of whom are young women who are pregnant, and 15 of the 16 patients in this ICU today are not vaccinated. And it's these young lives that are being affected now. And we know that these vaccines work. We know that they are protecting people. Sometimes people who have been immunized do still get sick, but they don't end up in hospital. And so I'm looking to you for your advice and support and how we can try and do better to protect people, get more vaccines out there to people, and support you in getting through these next few months, because it is going to still be a challenge for us all. I'm here as well to answer any questions you have, and I'm sure there will be many, and I'll do my best. And I think perhaps what I'd do is turn it over to Dr. Bain-Smith to say a few words as well from our office.
So Bonnie, Selo Nezu Nekandeta Bon Apremiji, everybody. I'm very grateful to be phoning in today or joining you on the territory of the Lekwungen peoples. of the Songhees and Esquimalt First Nations. As Bonnie kindly introduced my role as Deputy PHO Indigenous Health, my family ties are up in the Fort Nelson area. I'm Echo Dene from Fort Nelson First Nation, and I was very pleased to see my cousin Taylor Baines Takosa Bain on the line today. So hi to Taylor. I've also got French Canadian Métis roots in the Red River Valley, and I just would echo Dr. Henry's comments about how hard it is. This is an extremely challenging time. I know that I'm feeling it, certainly personally, we're feeling it in our family, how fatigued we all are. And I think just to add to Dr. Henry's comments, the vaccines work, but I think the piece that we really need to spread, like, just spread throughout our moccasin telegraphs, is that these vaccines are medicines, and they're medicines in the same way that we have our own medicines. These are medicines that come from that biomedical world, but they are really sacred, and they're proving themselves being life-saving, and they're safe. I know even in our own family, there are people that are concerned about the safety of these medicines, and yet not really always balancing that out with the fact that COVID is, can really cause serious, can be life-threatening, but also can cause long-haul syndromes where people are sick for a really long time. So I would just, I'll keep my comments very brief today too, because I know there's wisdom and questions from the group. But I would say, and I would put myself out there, that if in your particular community, or you yourselves or people in your family members have questions about the safety of the vaccines, or are wondering if it's the right thing for them, I am happy to have heart-to-hearts with anybody, because like I say, I really see them as medicines in the same way that we have our own medicines, and that we can bring our prayers to them. We can bring our protocols and the ways that we give thanks for medicines to those vaccines to make them even that much better for us. So that's all I wanted to add. Masicho.
The doctors, I do see a hand raised, but what we'll do is we'll get through the speakers, and then I'll come back to Chief Nelson for some comments. We are going to look to Dr. Shannon McDonald as well.
Thank you, Harold, and greetings to all today. I am calling in today from Sayut First Nation, where I am honored and privileged to live as a guest. The role that we have played in bringing vaccine to communities and supporting communities in their response has been challenging, and all of us are having a bit of a hard time getting through all of this work, slogging through it. I managed to take some vacation while the numbers were down. I left mid-August when we had less than 30 active cases a day. And I returned on the September long weekend, and the first set of numbers that I saw were for 265 new cases over that long weekend. So a bit discouraged that way, but also understanding that people really thought we were through the hump, and that behaviors had changed, and unfortunately COVID had changed at the same time with the Delta variant. So we know that there is a virus with higher risk of transmission in our communities, and we need to work really hard to get past that. Can I have the next slide, please? So these are the numbers as of September 11th. The numbers that we get are from the provincial vaccine registry and the provincial case registry. Those documents are linked to the First Nations client file, and that takes a day or two. So the numbers you're seeing are those as of September 11th. We had 659 active First Nations cases across BC. And while there are a few clusters, the big message is that those cases are in every region of the province. And about 258 new cases have been reported in the last 3 days. So we're still seeing a significant number of cases come in. They are split pretty evenly between the people who live on community and those who are away from home. So we know that the Delta variant especially is being transmitted in and around our communities. When I returned from vacation on the long weekend, we had 14 people in hospital. Since that time, that number has now risen to 39, and we have more people in the ICU, and we've sadly had to report a few deaths. In total, we've had 146 deaths among First Nations people living in BC since COVID began. And while I recognize that these are numbers, and I'm often spouting numbers, they are also representing people, our family members, our neighbors, our friends, our colleagues who have lost their lives to this infection. And I think if any of them, I've heard many times people who, before they're intubated in an ICU, will say, tell my family, tell my friends to go out and get the vaccine. And the words of the leaders in this room, the leaders gathered together, are so strong and encouraging people. So I'm hoping you will do that. Could I have the next slide, please? As I said, these cases are distributed all over the province. I'm getting an echo. We have seen increased numbers in the Lower Mainland for quite some time during the COVID pandemic. But the ones that are really concerning us right now, and the ones we're seeing, and those that are overwhelming the system, are those that are in the interior and in the north. And so we are working hard with our regional health authority partners and our FNHA regional teams to support those communities and families as we move forward. Noting the difference between people who are off reserve and those that are living in a near community. And in more recent times, we have seen this significant increase in people living away from home. Next, please. We have worked very, very hard, and we have staff who have literally driven trucks, driven buses, and been on boats and traveled everywhere they could travel to safely deliver vaccine to communities. The numbers, we started out fabulously well. We were leading the province and in fact leading the country. And we now have over 40,000 people, or 73.4% of people who live in or near community who have received that first dose of the COVID vaccine, and 96,000 in all of BC. So a lot of work has been done to make sure that people on community and away from home have had access to vaccine. We are thrilled that 62.8% of people in community have received that second dose. A little more concerned that 58.4% in the entire province of BC of First Nations people 12 years of age and over have received vaccine. We need to do better. We have seen that number, it increased incredibly well right at the beginning, and our elders are doing amazing in most communities. Between 80 and 90% of those over the age of 70 have got both doses of vaccine. They have shown us all the road. It is our young people we're most concerned about. But of those 210,171 doses administered to First Nations, we know that we're doing good work. And as Danielle has said, they are good medicine. We have been doing that mostly through First Nations community clinics. And we've done that in partnership with the regional health authorities. We've also had Indigenous specific clinics away from home and community. And in the next while, we'll be working really hard to have the COVID vaccine as part of the regular vaccines available in all health centers all the time. And I'll pass on to the next slide and to Richard Chalk, please.
Thank you. I'll just take a few minutes to conclude the additional information. And I would say that one of the important elements that's been part of the work has been developing continued support for community programs. And in particular, there was really solid work in partnership to develop a rural and remote framework that in turn supports the development of isolation capacity, and further that our non-insured program also supports isolation support for those folks who are close to urban areas. Additional development of capacity has been in the form of testing units, and so far we're very pleased to see the work of our nursing group, who's really rolled out in an effective way 27 community-based testing units and really done within a quality assurance framework. The partnership with health authorities has been really fundamental in terms of getting to where we are today. I would say that going forward, continuing to work with health authorities to look at new ways to reach out will be really important, and there are exploration of items such as mobile clinics and other ways to get increased coverage. We also recently have received additional capacity in terms of the ability to use vials that are available and to make sure that those vials are opened as vaccination opportunities arise, so that that we don't have to have 5 people, for example, in order to puncture a vial. Also, we'll have a small supply so that we'll be able to work with communities and again, opportunistically get those rates of vaccination up. So part of the overall work has been to make sure that such services are also culturally safe, and where we have led, we certainly have focused on that, but where we are partnered and where we have participated in urban clinics, we also have really put in a lot of effort. And I have to really salute our regional teams in terms of making sure that those services are welcoming and have spaces and are really warm for First Nations and other Indigenous people to participate. So we will continue to provide information, and I also want to just add that we have the FNHA app, which is there to make sure that access is available. Next slide, please. I just want to add some context as well, in that all of this work is occurring in the face of dual public health emergencies, the COVID one, but also the opioid state of emergency, the emergence of residential schools in the form of the burial sites has been a really critical issue, and I see that that's been raised elsewhere on this agenda, but it has been a real focus for our organization. And of course, wildfires, particularly in the interior over the last month, have really demanded an all hands on deck kind of approach, particularly with our interior region. So this within the backdrop of anti-racism and all of its effects on the system and access to health services are all contexts that we are operating with as an organization. And it's really important to say that this has been a challenging time, but I really am thankful for our teams stepping up and working with communities in partnership on all of these items. Part of the backdrop is that additional resources have been available to set up some of those supports at the community level, which are extraordinary in nature, and that there's been capital infrastructure, particularly as we set up some of that isolation capacity, particularly in remote communities. So some of these things will have long-term benefits. We're continuing our work on health benefits and in particular evolving medical transportation, knowing that these are important ways to access services. And we know that particularly our dental changes and so on are important, and that we continue this pace of change. We also have new primary care elements, and it's relevant in that we also are making sure that we have 15 new First Nations-led primary care initiatives, which will serve as First Nations-centered safe places in terms of the overall primary care program across the province. So these will be First Nations-led, but in addition, we're also working with the overall provincial primary care networks to make sure that those are culturally safe and also address First Nations community needs. Mental health clearly is a focus, and that in the aftermath and as we go through the various waves, certainly mental health is emerging as a clear focus, and we are dedicating our efforts to support that, and are also investing in urban initiatives for the first time, and we'll be moving that to the regional level. So this is occurring also in a backdrop where we have regional vice presidents of operation and where we're moving services closer to home. We continue our engagement and evaluation and activities and focus on reciprocal accountability, and also that we have a focus on culture. We have on-the-land treatment, traditional healing resources that are all intended to make sure that this important element is part of our function, part of our everyday, and not an afterthought, but rather part of the overall solution. I just want to highlight that we have multiple and ongoing engagement with First Nations. In particular, we have had over 55 sessions on COVID and 59 other sessions on such things as evaluations, the development of a new capital plan, working with communities, and overall capital planning in general. And we've done this through town halls, webinars, and other means. Next slide, please. I want to highlight as well that we have a very robust evaluation process. The board's been evaluated. The partners have contracted and overseen an independent tripartite framework evaluation. FNHA has had its own external evaluation, and there are other evaluations and case studies that I would also say are important contributors to the idea that we need to continue to evolve, develop, and improve. I also want to add that there's opportunities for all to participate in some of these activities, and I would make that invitation, especially on the tripartite evaluation. We're calling for additional sessions, and I would provide that as an opportunity for communities, for organizations. So with that, I want to thank you and turn it over to the next speaker.
Thank you very much, Richard. So we're turning to the co-chair for the First Nations Health Council, Les Doran.
Oklama Huxum, Histuk Shitla, Yafluathat, Omixu, May McCarthy, and Jules Doran. I want to first of all thank the Shushat and Hupachusett for allowing me to do my messaging from their territories. And my backdrop is from another tribe from Alert Bay, which I'm very fond of. So the first thing I want to say was that there was a comment in the chat, and I'd like to get somebody to address that about the daughter had to pay $800 out of pocket for 2 fillings for her boys who are 4 and 5 years old. I know from some of the work that we've done and I've done is that that can be fixed. I know that. So it's just disturbing to see it. I know that it happens periodically. It's not a perfect system, but I know that the health authority and health council definitely work on advocating and trying to repair and do the best that they can on every case. And sometimes things do slip. So I want to thank you for extending the invitation to me to speak before you today. And like I said, I thank Shashat and Hopachizet for allowing me here. And I want to recognize the loss of one of the great elders from Shashat territory as a recent in the Gallic family, and losing Willard Gallic Sr. What a great elder and great man that he was. So yeah, really, really tough loss. So but I'd like to share, take a few moments to share a few health governance updates from the First Nations Health Council. As you might have heard, I think that most people have already, was that the First Nations Health Council recently held an election, and we elected Wade Grant from Musqueam as the new chair to a 3-year term. And I know he's not here today. He's busy, and so I get the opportunity to be with you guys today. So we welcome, and we're excited about having a Musqueam member and a young man lead the way with us. So Wade sends his regrets for today's meeting. He asked me to share his commitment to the support the First Nations Health Council and its work to make sure that the no First Nation community in or person in British Columbia are left behind. And that goes straight to that dental statement that I made earlier. So, and that on their journey to health and wellness. So the Health Council is also moving forward with an external independent evaluation of the First Nations Health Council over about 6 months in 2021-2022. The evaluation will assess the progress and impact of the First Nation Health Council's work as mandated by the BC First Nation chiefs and leaders. A chiefs working group has been established and has already held 2 meetings to review the statement of work for the external evaluator. A representative from the north is still welcome to join this group. It seems to be a challenge trying to get somebody in there. So we're looking. We need somebody. We need a rep. And a reminder that our provincial Gathering Wisdom, GWICS, for a shared journey forum will be held virtually October 4 and 5. It will bring together the chiefs and leaders, health directors, and our federal and provincial partners to talk about our health topics related to this year's theme of healing and resilience. Our fall regional health caucuses will also be held virtually, and starting in October, they'll provide chiefs and leaders with a chance to talk with BC and Canada about addressing racism in healthcare, as well as to consider the First Nation Health Council role, their mandate, and long-term advocacy agenda. I would like to thank Provincial Health Officer Dr. Bonnie Henry, First Nations Health Authority CEO Richard Jock, and the First Nations Health Authority's Acting Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Shannon McDonald, for joining us today to provide an update on the pandemic and the rollout of the BC vaccination card. And Doc, I think you've been acting long enough in that role. It's been almost 2 years. So great job. Their participation today follows on a very successful virtual town hall hosted by the First Nations Health Authority last week with Dr. Henry for the chiefs, leaders, and health directors. I know that Dr. Henry and the First Nations Health Authority have been committed to providing ongoing regular updates to our people as we work through the pandemic. When we talked about earlier about how can we convey our message, and I go back to one of the things that one of our elders says at the table every time we meet, and that's communicate, communicate, communicate. And when you think you're done communicating, communicate some more. I think that we just can't back off. We need boots on the ground, and we need people going to those communities. These are just my thoughts, you guys. Podcasts, videos. I've been doing social media videos since the pandemic started, and very happy to say that not all of them have been well received. Some of them have struck a nerve with some people on a few different things. But at the end of the day, it gets the message out there so people know that they're not alone. And our people need people. They need to have somebody talk to them. And we're oral, right? That's our history. So podcasts, Facebook videos, strong communication, possibly through radio and television ads to get our leaders, right? Our chiefs, our leaders, our matriarchs. I know that Jan out in Stolo country, she was doing videos. Paul Sam was doing videos, and they really get to people. They get to our people. So I think that we need to increase and strengthen our communications. Everybody just amp it up a little bit. If everyone does a little bit, and then the workload gets lighter. So your First Nations health representatives are a source of support and advocacy during these difficult times. They can help connect nations, individuals, or families with the First Nation Health Authority's regional teams to locate mental health and wellness supports. And to Tyrone, please contact your rep for your region, or contact me. I'll give you my cell number right now, which is 250-720-9498. And give me a call, and I'll do everything that I can to make sure that is straightened out. And then the Health Council will also continue to advocate for practical community and nation-based solutions with British Columbia and Canada, and through our regional partnership tables. Now more than ever, our people need this support. I thank you very much for the opportunity. Take care of yourselves. It's a challenge, it's a grind, and but we need everyone to work together. Kleco. Shoot.
Thank you very much, Les, and thank you to all the speakers. We will turn our attention now to the speakers list. You will see that there are 4 hands up, and we'll take them in the order that they are there. I do also remind the speakers that there are a couple comments in the chat from Chief Hall, just to compliment there, but also from Chief Edwards, noting the need for collaboration and coordination around evacuations during the pandemic. So again, that may be another avenue for some communication. I was looking at our raised hands. Let's go to Cookby Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the doctors and Richard Jock and everyone on board, first of all, I just want to thank you for the tireless effort you guys have been putting together for the past 2 years. You know, it's been a long 2 years, especially in the First Nations communities that are in the rural, remote areas, because once you test positive, it just sends a fear throughout the community. And I just want to thank you for doing the work that you're doing, and keep up the good work. My question to all of you is not so much around the health, but is there any support from the health authorities for a subsidized employee program? Because we've had, and we will continue to have, people that test positive and suffer from lingering effects. And these lingering effects are hindering them from coming back to work. So with the employment insurance program, has there been any support from the health authority to see if we can, lay off some of these people so that they can apply for EI rather than having to use our health benefits packages? That's just going to increase across the board. So I was wondering if there was anything that the health authority can do to support some of these subsidized programs when it comes to COVID. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Harold, I wonder if I could just maybe start by saying a few words about the COVID and the symptoms that people are having. And I'm afraid I can't answer the question about additional supports for people who are suffering. But I will say that we're learning more and more about what are some of the symptoms that people have and how long they last. And the virus has only been with us for, it seems like forever, but for about 2 months now. We do have clinics that people can be referred to help support them to get through COVID. And I will also say that it's really important, even if people have had infection with the strain of the virus, to be vaccinated. And that is one of the things, it augments your immune system response and makes it stronger for all of the newer strains of the virus that are circulating. But it also seems to have some benefit for some people who are having ongoing symptoms. So I think that's encouraging as well.
Thank you, Dr. Henry. Perhaps Richard Jock, in your capacity as CEO, did you want to speak to Cookie Robbins' questions about employment supports?
Very good question. And one of the things that we've been careful to do is to make sure that community funds continue to flow at the agreed upon rate. And I would say that one of the considerations that might be looked at is if this is in the health realm, that deploying or redeploying people to provide some of the additional supports, check on elders and doing those kind of things may be a way to use some of our resources and deploy people effectively. And also looking at perhaps some of these ways to increase the vaccination rates. So I think one option is to look at how do those health resources get further used to forward those kind of objectives and community initiatives, especially in this difficult time, and especially as we acknowledge some of the mental health issues. We will look at specifically listing for you and get something for Bcafn, also to you, which outlines the current current subsidies and other aspects. Those are general employment subsidies, and we can look at those for you and have our HR department support those inquiries. So that's the best I can do at the moment, Harold.
Okay. Thank you very much, Richard. Chief Nelson, Quatsino. Welcome, sir. Oh, we're having a little difficulty with your volume, audio. Chief Nelson, I'm still not hearing you. I'm not sure if the text can do anything on that.
Text on and off there.
How's that?
There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
I just want to share a story about my two band members that live in Campbell River. They did not get their vaccine shot, both of them, husband and wife. They wanted to hear more and they were curious about the shots but anyway, to make the story short, they ended up with COVID. And they've been laid up for 14 days. He's recovering. The wife is still on the mend yet. He really regrets not getting his COVID shot, both him and his wife. So he said, tell the people out there to get their COVID shot. He said he does not wish this COVID on anybody. He said it's not a very, very, very good sickness. He says it's bad, bad. So anyway, I just had to share that with all of you. And then to let you all know how proud I am of my community. And our Cedar team, they did a very good job in keeping us in protection and safe. So they did a very, very good job. We never had no COVID in our reserve. So I am very proud of them, but I had to share that with all of you about my two band members that really regret not getting their vaccine shot. But they're definitely going to get it now, they said. So thank you for listening.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that, Chief Nelson. Really appreciate that. Before we turn to the speakers, let's look to Chief Councillor Elaine Moore from Gitwan-Silk for her comment, and then we'll go back to the panel.
Thank you for the time. I just want to say thank you to your team, Dr. Bonnie Henry. And we're always rooting and praying for you and the work that you have to do and dealing with the non-vaccinators. I have allergies, so I didn't want to be around people down there. I apologize to my colleagues for not sitting with you. But I have a question. Tracking the brand of vaccines that came through, I have family members that have been fully vaccinated but still contracted the virus again. And are there percentages for the vaccines themselves? So we had the Moderna, the majority of us, and then some had the other one, and then they mixed it, they combined two different vaccines. So what are the numbers for that of reinfecting, right? And so we're in flu season now. So can you give a brief outline of whether we should get the vaccine for the flu now that we've had the vaccine for the COVID? Are they two different things? I trust your opinion on that. And I'm immune compromised, so I'll catch whatever my grandbabies give me, and they might even not even show signs, but I'll be completely ill for the morning of the next day or something, and then I'll be fine again. But so for people like myself, is the booster going to become available for immune compromised people or the chronics? And when do you see that happening, if that's going to happen? I appreciate everything that you've done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief Councillor. So over to Dr. Henry.
Thank you, and many very good questions. So a little bit about the vaccines that we have. We know that the two messenger RNA vaccines, Moderna and Pfizer, both have very, very strong protection. And we know that we've had the different supplies of both Moderna or Pfizer over time. So some people got one of each and some people got both of the same one. There has been a little bit of data that shows that Moderna gives a little bit stronger response in antibody levels that may last a bit longer. But we have good, what we call vaccine effectiveness data, that is the real world data that we're following to say how well each of the vaccines protects against breakthrough or people still getting sick if they've been vaccinated. And both Moderna and Pfizer are staying really high at somewhere around 90%. So that does mean that there's a 10% chance that somebody will get it if they're exposed to the virus. But what we're seeing is people who are immunized have much milder illness. And, I talked about the people in the intensive care unit in the hospital right now. But what we see is that if you're unimmunized at the same age as somebody else who's immunized, your chances of being hospitalized, getting really sick with the virus is 34 times higher. So our rates, and so this goes for both Moderna and Pfizer. We do see slightly less protection from people who've received 2 doses of AstraZeneca. And the people who received AstraZeneca and then either Moderna or Pfizer, level went back up again. But the 2 doses of AstraZeneca is still a little bit less, but it's still very, very protective, and so much better than not being vaccinated at all. So we do get some breakthrough, but it's much, much less, and people have less chance of passing it on to others in their family if they've been vaccinated, and they have a really much less chance of ending up in hospital or having severe illness. So that's the good news. I think Danielle's put up where you can find some of the data on that at the BC CDC. In terms of influenza, influenza is a different virus. So it's the influenza virus, and we didn't see much influenza last year, but we are concerned that we'll see it this year. as people are moving around more. But some of those things that we do to protect ourselves, like washing our hands and staying away from others as best we can when we're sick, and wearing masks in occasions, those are all important for protecting for influenza as well. And yes, the influenza vaccine is necessary, even if you have a COVID vaccine, and it will be available in October, sort of later in October, usually middle of October is when we start to give out the influenza vaccine. And the third question, which is about boosters, right now we just recommended a third dose to people who, so not a booster dose. So when we talk about a booster dose, it's when we have 2 doses and we get strong immune response, we measure antibodies, but then it tends to go down over time. And a booster dose will help push the antibodies back up, or our immune system back up again. We're not at the point yet where we need that for most, but there is a group of people who don't get a very strong response because their immune system isn't working very well. And right now, that's people who call hematologic cancers, so some of the blood cancers like lymphoma, people who've got solid organ transplants, kidney transplant or liver transplant, and are on immunosuppressive drugs, people who've had a bone marrow transplant, so some really severely immune compromising conditions. And we've started to just announced yesterday to give those people a third dose, because about half of them will have a pretty decent response for a third dose. So maybe not as good as what you and I get after 1 or 2 doses, but it pushes it up a little bit. And then there's a group of people who have moderate immune compromise because they take other medications, certain medications, or because they have some conditions. And we're looking at whether they need a third dose as well, just to get a good, strong primary response. And we'll have more information about that. For most of us, we probably don't need.
Dr. Henry, we're having a little bit of difficulty with your audio.
Oops. Okay.
Just to give them try it again.
I was going to say that for most of us, we don't need I do hear a bit of an echo, third shot yet. But we will be watching that, and it may be that older people and people with some conditions like you talk about may have a need for a third shot, a true booster dose, maybe sometime in October or a little bit later this year. So we'll be giving more information about that very soon.
You're on mute, Harold.
Trying again.
Those words that we never want to ever hear again. You're on mute.
I know. I apologize. FNHA is doing specific work around vaccine effectiveness for First Nations people in BC. So we are monitoring cases among people who we know have been vaccinated, and we are doing comparisons with the non-Indigenous population. But at this point, to be honest, one of the challenges we have is that those numbers are very, very low. And because of that, the data is a little tough to understand, but we are doing that work now because people are interested in knowing if there is a difference between First Nations people and non-Indigenous people.
McDonald. Chief Powell.
Harold, my question was around, again, those boosters. And so I think I have satisfaction knowing that those boosters are coming when they're needed. I was just concerned because my first shot and most of my community's first shots were early March, and then early May was the second. And I was just more worried about people who were immunocompromised and whether they needed another one, because it's 4 or 5 months since they had their first.
Yeah, you know, you raise another really important thing that we've been watching really carefully is that that extended interval. And it actually shows, as we were hoping and as we expected, that having a a period of time between your dose 1 and dose 2 means that you have a stronger response that lasts longer. So those people who, the fact that you had it in March and then May means that you're not likely to need a third dose, a booster dose for some time, maybe not even this year. So that's good news. And we'll have more information coming out about that in the next week or so. We're just putting all of that information together. As Dr. McDonald says, we're looking at it and cutting it and slicing it and dicing it. But the good news is that I know it was hard at the time to make those changes, but extending the interval seems to have made a good difference. We are still seeing a good, strong response, especially because much of the first doses with Moderna, that people are still getting a strong, long-lasting response. And for those who have immune systems that don't work as well, we're focusing on trying to understand when's the best time to give a third dose.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. Also thank Dr. DeBain-Smith. I see you've added some information there in terms of the links for us to follow. I appreciate that. And so I do ask once again if there's any further questions from the delegation for our doctors and our administrators and our governors, as it were, on this panel. Second call. Seeing none, let's look back to the panel for any closing remarks and final remarks that you would have. Dr. Henry?
Just again, to say thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. And I do appreciate it. It has been a long road that we have walked, or a long paddle that we've been trying to do together. And I look to you all for the support in making sure we can share those stories about the importance of vaccination with all of particularly our young people. I think we did a great job in protecting our seniors and elders, and now we need to make sure that the young people have that protection as well. And I will say one other word, just so you know, we are hoping and expecting that we'll have a vaccine for children aged 6 to 11 very soon, maybe as early as the end of October or the middle of October. And then we'll be able to protect even younger children and make sure that we're able to support them in getting back to school and keeping all of those important activities that young people need in our communities going again. And I know that will help as well to make sure that in communities we're not allowing the virus to spread. But in the meantime, making sure that all of us are protected also protects our young people and those whose immune systems aren't working as well. So thank you so much, and I appreciate the time with you today.
Dr. Bain-Smith?
Masi Cho, I really don't have much to add other than sharing my gratitude and expressing my thanks to Dr. Henry for her gentle and compassionate leadership, to my colleague, Dr. Shannon McDonald, the whole team at FNHA that's been working so tirelessly, and of course, all of the leaders and all of the communities that have been working so hard over this last few years. It's been challenging. And again, just to once more put out an effort to, an invitation, should anybody find it helpful, they have somebody that in their life that would benefit from hearing from me directly about the benefit of good medicines that are vaccines. I'm happy to chat with anybody. I'm a real vax champ. So Masi Cho, thank you everybody. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you. Dr. McDonald.
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to come and speak to you today. I am honored and privileged by the ability to do this work with communities, and just passing on to all of you that your health directors and your clinical staff and your community staff have been the worker bees on this for a long time, and we could not have done any of it without them. So please pass on my gratitude for that work and that energy, and please go out and be the voices of the need for vaccination in the community. You have so much to give. You have so much influence in your communities, and I would really appreciate you bringing that forward wherever you go within your communities and among your colleagues and friends, the importance of vaccination to keep us all healthy. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Co-Chair Doran.
Clicko. I would say run with Dr. Bain's enthusiastic personality, and we all need to pass on that vibe in the tribe to everybody that's out there. That's exactly what we need. We need that messaging from John Powell, and we need it from Don Tom, and those little videos, just a little blurb here and there, I think will be infectious. And we have so many different people, and I just, for the record, I put my name and phone number in the and email in the chat, and it's 250-720-9498, all lowercase les.doiron@gmail.com. I advocate for every Indigenous person in this province, and it doesn't matter who it is or where they are. So I look forward to hearing from any of you if I can help you. Please do a little video tonight. Just take a couple minutes out and post it. It'll feel awkward, but it'll feel great once you're done it. So, chew, and that means take care of yourselves. Chew.
Thank you very much, Les. And I did want to note Cookby Robbins' comment about the tracing in the interior health, which is in the chat. And let us turn to CEO Richard Jock.
Thanks, and it was good to participate today. I just want to say that as we have come to experience that additional information and changes occur regularly, so we will be planning additional town halls and other ways to exchange information as the time passes, and I would say the next 3 weeks will be in some ways quite critical. I also want to highlight that we will have our Gathering Wisdom Conference on October 4th and 5th, which also is an important opportunity for leaders to come together and to be updated, but also to contribute to future developments within FNHA, the Health Council, and health directors. That we will also have regional caucuses through the falls. And I just want to conclude by giving a shout out to our regional teams and our headquarters teams who work seamlessly to try to do the best we can to support communities. So with that, thank you, Harold.
Okay. Thank you very much, Richard. I want to thank you and Les as First Nations health leaders. Really great to hear from you as always, and to our doctors for their medical advice and their wellness advice. It's always a great comfort as we deal with this sort of ongoing pressure and this virus that really could care less for what our calendars look like. And so, always remind us that we are well being taken care of in a good way, and that we just need to continually be patient and determined and focused on staying well during this pandemic. So thank you very much for that, and please enjoy the rest of your day, and I will see you down the road soon, I am sure.
Harold?
Take care. I do want to move to our final agenda item for the afternoon, and before I do that, I do have some good news, which I've been meaning to announce for the last three intervals. We did do another door prize, and I did want to thank or congratulate Chief Charlene Gale for her success again in the door prize draw. She's I'm going to invest in her buying me some lottery tickets. I think she's got a good track record. And with that, we will turn to our final agenda for today on emergency management and wildfires. We do have a resolution of support there for disaster risk reduction plans. So we will address that following. But to just get us started on that and just sort of recognize how trying this situation has been for us here in British Columbia as we've struggled with this, in addition to the other crises that we are dealing with on an ongoing basis. We did want to begin with an honor song to acknowledge the communities that were most directly impacted by the wildfires. So with that, I'll call on the honor song.
Hello, my name's Kyle Sam. My traditional name is Datsantro Ditni, which translates to Thundering Raven. And I've been doing songs for many, many years, ever since I was 16, so that's 22 years now. And it's just a way of life for me to sing and to pray for the people. This first song is an honor song in honor of all of those people who were impacted with the wildfires, and it's a song about the four elements of life and how we honor it and respect it.
Thank you very much for that. I want to compliment the Bcafn for organizing that in this way. It really comes at an opportune time, both in terms of the work being done on emergency management and wildfires, but also in terms of our long day here. And so I really do appreciate that. I did want to note that in terms of your agenda, that a couple of the speakers were unexpectedly called away. Again, they are Cheeks and Cookby, and so that it's understandable how that will happen with them. But we are joined by Chief Byron Lewis for Okanagan Indian Band and Wayne Schnitzler with the First Nations Emergency Services Society, and so we will look to them for their remarks.
Thank you. And again, Byron Lewis, Chief of the Okanagan Band. If I understand correctly, was being asked is what was our experience with the White Rock Lake fire. And as we all know, it started on about the middle of July. And after some unprecedented weather conditions, especially through the whole central and southern interior. And it started out as a blaze up above us, and when by about the first week of August, our community on the southern end where I come from, we were asked to go from an alert to a full evacuation. And that started the process of how our community had actually been had to address this issue. And one of the things I can say without a doubt is the fact that our community I think about 5 or 6 years ago, we instituted a community-based emergency strategy that how we would address different types of emergencies. And when this first started out, it was on what was that Salmon River fire at that time. That was more or less the factor for actually developing this strategy. And we had first that we had was floods that happened in our community that were fairly large scale. So that set the process to what we began with implementation and development of this strategy. And each time we'd have some type of event, and one of the other part of our strategy was also pandemics. So when we had COVID first came in about beginning 2 years ago, then that was another point of how our community actually addressed that was through the emergency strategy. And then when the wildfire had actually broken out, then we basically had, we further perfected this on based upon a response to this wildfire that eventually would cover, I think it was 843 square kilometers. So it's significant. And with that emergency strategy, that allowed us to actually set up EAO, which is emergency center. And that was manned by a majority of our own members based upon our past experiences. And going through there is a need to actually coordinate with all parties. And that one was with the BC Wildfire, I forgot what the center was, and also with provincial and also with federal authorities. Because when you look at something of that magnitude, you're not only worried about the fact that we were still in COVID, the middle of a COVID pandemic, we also had to worry about where exactly our people are going to be evacuated. And through this whole entire process, I think at one time we had over 1,050 band members that were actually evacuated out of our community and housed in places as locally in Vernon, but as far south as West Bank and Penticton, Osoyoos, and also Sun Peaks up in Kamloops. And we had people that were housed as far away as the Fraser Valley. So you could imagine the logistics of this, of being able to set up to make sure that you had hotels, accommodations, healthcare, all these other needs of your community that you have to address on any given day. And it was further complicated by having COVID and, in hotel rooms and hotels where people were staying. So it was trying to coordinate this, and I got to say, thank God for our staff and their ability to respond. We had our health that was exemplary. We had our TSU that actually stepped in, and other members from our administration that actually came together and coordinated this with the evacuation centers and hotels and all the other logistics, plus also working with all the the provincial agencies that were actually actively fighting this fire, plus having our own crews that were actually participating in this. And as you can imagine, this isn't something that would start at, as a chief, a council, administration. This wasn't something that actually started at, you'd begin your day at 8 o'clock. No, it started having phone calls as early as 5:15 in the morning and still dealing with calls late as 9 or 10 at night, because you're dealing with people that are scared. You have your whole community evacuated, and they have every last possession that they ever had basically still in our community, and them being on the outside. And this would go for 7 days a week, and starting on, like I was saying, prior to about the second week of July, and went right through till we are actually able to get back in, and the evacuation order being lifted on September 4th. And as a community, we really had to come together, really had to to work with with what we had. And I think everyone could understand how limited we are at the best times. But when you have to deal with emergency on this magnitude, it's all hands on deck. And it was, like I said, it was incredible how your staff and others can actually come together, and especially time like this. And our people were in part of the band's ESU, we're working 7 days a week, and starting sometimes at 7 o'clock in the morning, and these people will be there at 8 o'clock at night. And I think that's one of the messages that of what our experience is. It never, you can never plan enough. And make sure that you have some type of, community-based strategy in place that's going to help you with your administration, because it also includes its finance and administration. It includes your health and your health department. It also includes whatever natural resources capacity that you have. You're going to have to utilize everything, and being able to pull from every last source that you have in your administration and in your community, and also volunteering that would come together and actually, to work on this. And it's incredible. And I would never want any other community to have to go through with what our experience is. And I can, what we're dealing with to the south of us, within 5 kilometers, they lost 78 homes. And to the north of us, you see that news in places like Westwool and others. And at times when the fire was out of control, it had the potential to not only spread from our valley, but into the neighboring Salmon River Valley and into Armstrong, and affecting our neighbors to the north in the Spalmachine or Splatine community, which we are, we basically live side by side. And that's all it would have took is just a shift in weather patterns of increased wind conditions. What actually happens in August quite under regular conditions, and this could have been a whole lot worse. So I could only imagine what some of the communities are through, like Lytton, that had their whole community devastated and loss of, I think somebody went to 45 homes, and having that going from one end town and the other in 45 minutes. It's, people, you just can't describe to them what it's like to see a wall of flame that's coming through there, and it's higher in the top of the tree, so you're probably dealing with about 150 feet to 200 feet wall of flames, and there's no stopping it. And water, if you have sprinklers under certain conditions, others, that it actually evaporates before it actually puts out the fire. And once it actually starts evaporating, you got hydrogen and oxygen, both that are flammable, and then actually water can actually feed a fire when it actually gets to a certain temperature. And it burns. So there's so many things that it's that our community went through in the last 6 weeks, and this fire is contained. And I think it's the potential of this one is going to burn right through till the snow is up high, so it's probably going to be to mid-October, possibly even to November. But I'll leave it at that. And sometimes, when people ask me to explain this, it's a hard thing, because it's just going through this whole process, and especially with the leadership in this community, in this who are attending Bcafn, it is a trying time for everyone in your community, and everybody is looks to you for solutions to help them with their problems. So I'll leave it at that, and then if there's any questions, and I guess that would be our just in a short term, that's what we had dealt with.
Thank you very much, Chief Lewis. We'll turn first to Wayne Schnitzler from the First Nations Emergency Services Society for his remarks, and then we'll open the floor.
Thanks, Harold. And going with Chief Lewis, we got together quite early in his fire there in the recovery stage. So yeah, and you can think as of July 1st, I got the phone call that Lytton had the fire that we heard of that's so devastating. And Finesse then put together, we opened our EOC, and of course, as the fires started to continue to grow, more and more nations were affected. And we actually built a website to support all the nations, to keep them up to date on where fires were going in each of their territories in regards to alerts or evacuation orders. And we also went from a few staff to hiring almost 40 staff at the height of it to support all the nations out there and their responses to, in regards, some people needed communications equipment, from Wi-Fi to satellite phones. And then also one of the other areas that we worked on is we were actually able to give updated maps of where fires were and send them directly through our Lightship, which is a platform we've developed to support First Nations in emergencies. And we're actually going to be piloting that project in the near future with nations that want to get involved and be part of that platform. And I think with Chief Lewis's community, we'll be trying to put that platform into effect for his recovery. So that's one of the things we're going to be working towards. One of the things we also developed was a strike team to do mitigation work around homes before the fires came in. And one of the big examples was, again, on Chief Lewis's territory, where we used some of our staff and also Chief Lewis's staff and we did a ton of mitigation work around the homes before the fire got there. And that was extremely helpful on saving a lot of homes in that area. Chief Lewis's group were very instrumental in working around all the homes and removing doing the fire smart work that did a lot of work. And it really showed the need for that type of work in the nations. And then also moving forward in that also is just we started actually doing emergency management training sessions by Zoom meetings every Friday, just to help communities that were in need of some updated training. So I think as we went through this whole emergency, in my background, I was in the 2017 and 18 fires. And then of course, with this year, I think what we can see is that we're moving towards a trend with climate change and the way temperatures are increasing, that these large scale fires are not going to be something that is going to be rare anymore, but I think they're going to become more frequent. And we talked a lot about this, myself and Chief Lewis, on the need for fuel management programs around communities to, reduce the risk around First Nation communities. And that's one of the areas that I think that we need to really push communities, because right now we're funded so minimally that we're doing minimal work around nations to protect them from wildfire. And we don't want another Linton where we lose a whole community. And if that work isn't done, we're going to see communities disappear because of large scale wildfires. So that need really needs to be brought forward. So in closing, the other thing I wanted to talk about is we are having an emergency management forum on October 20th and 21st. And we'll be talking about a lot of these initiatives for the chiefs to discuss and give input on as we move forward. And I think it's really valuable we have the chiefs that were involved there to give their input on what they went through, because until you've actually went through one of these with your own community, it's really, like Chief Lewis said, difficult to explain the amount of impact, pressure, just on the community itself. So I'll leave that in closing. And one of the things too, also, I just received an email that the provincial state of emergency will expire tonight at midnight. So that's kind of a good closing thing to close off on. And thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you very much, Wayne, and excellent work. I do want to turn to Regional Chief TG for remarks on this issue as well.
Thank you, Harold, and certainly I want to say masicho thank you to Cal Sam for that honor song and reminding us, of all what our communities went through this past year. And at the top of mind is Lytton First Nations. Certainly we would have loved to hear from Chief Janet Webster, but certainly we know that they do have perhaps other meetings that they have to attend to. I also want to acknowledge all those communities that opened their doors. Chief Harvey McLeod's community, Tecumseh to Secwepemc. A number of those communities opened their doors to the evacuees that were sent to different municipalities, Chilliwack and what have you. And without them, I think, it would be certainly in a dire situation. So, one of the things that Wayne talked about is the rebuilding of Lytton. And over the last year, we've been talking about COVID-19 and really building back our economy after this. And it's everybody's talking about building back better. And I think that's what we got to think about for Lytton and other communities, building back better. Communities that perhaps are mitigating the issues of fire with their homes that are being built and structures. And I think that should be a part of the strategy and plan. Similar to what other First Nations communities that have gone out there and mitigated the issues of the fuel load in and around the interface of their community, such as Chief Donna Aljam's community, Nickelman. However, that did take 10, 11 years. And that's really what we need to develop a strategy that not only brings back our traditional ways, but also how we can do it and really the time needed to keep our communities safe and our homes safe. And we heard from the Premier this year that this is not merely a function of government that looks at the fire season from April to October. Rather, he and his government has committed to looking at this issue 12 months of the year. So as a part of our strategy, that's what you got to think about, is that it's not merely April to October. This is 12 months of the year, and mitigating the fuel load in and around our communities. Another example in municipalities is Logan Lake, that showed really a good example of how to mitigate the fuel load in and around the community. So certainly climate change has exacerbated the issues of fires, floods, and landslides. It's not merely the issues of fires. But what we do see and what we know, as the number of fires was in huge areas, they're more susceptible to landslides and to flooding, because the trees can't take up the moisture and whatnot, and really the ground becomes more unstable. So there are other emergencies that we're going to see as a result of the 2021 fires. So that's something we need to think about. And other emergencies, seismic activities constantly along the coast of British Columbia. We see many seismic activities that we need to be concerned about. So, and also this global pandemic, which is obviously an emergency that we all have been immersed in for the last, since the beginning of this pandemic that began in January of 2020. So I think, the work and also the commitments that were brought forward by the government, and we're hearing them now with this federal government and their platforms talking about strategies for climate change, but also in emergencies. They need to be held accountable here. Over their terms, if they do take office, such as the Liberal government or the Conservative or the NDP government, is what do you plan to do, and what's the timeline? We need that concrete action and commitment to our Indigenous peoples here in British Columbia. And that's what we are seeking. And really, I think, that's what we've always been asking for as a result of the fires that in 2003, 2005, 2017 and 18, and now 2021. These are happening more and more frequently. So the more proactive we are and the more we bring back in our own traditions and our own ways of management, the better off we are as Indigenous people. So I just want to leave that there in terms of, thinking about our strategy as First Nations here. So thank you, Harold. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Regional Chief. We do have two hands raised, so let's take those comments from Proxy Tyrone McNeil and Chief Don Tom, and then we will turn to draft resolution 5 on the disaster risk reduction plans. Over to Tyrone.
Thank you, Harold. Just adding to the discussion, Harold, the piece that doesn't have enough airtime in meetings like this is the human side or the social side of evacuations and those folks on alert. The current ESS system run by the province is completely inadequate. It's primarily based on short-term evacuations where you're out of your home for 2 or 3 days and you're back in. Whereas I know firsthand, I've talked to evacuees that are put up in hotels here in my part of the country here and down into the Lower Mainland, where after a couple of months staying in a hotel, only being able to go to White Spot for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, it was wearing on them, Harold. So that ESS system isn't designed for that long-term stay. And I'd really encourage folks to take a look at another piece of United Nations writing called the Sphere, as in round, Handbook on Humanitarian Charter and Minimum Standards for Humanitarian Response. Because in the case of Lytton, in the case of OKIB, it's really a humanitarian response that takes into consideration food security and nutrition in our worldview, Harold. Like at Camp Hope here, those are my upriver relations staying there. So anytime we got to fish here, I'd stop off and drop off a bunch of fresh spring salmon, because I know they're dying for fresh fish, right? And if I could free us some canned fish, I'd have supplied that too. But it's that food security, our food, not restaurant food. If you look at it from a humanitarian context, it is completely different from ESS. Similar to shelter and settlement. Too many of our folks were moved from hotel to hotel to hotel, some of them 4 and 5 times. The system currently isn't designed for that, but from a humanitarian perspective, it will. And then the third key component is regards to health. In order for us to provide the basic health services and supports, especially for our elderly, we need to know what those needs are and where they are. I felt some wide voids over the course of the last 2 months, Harold, where the province didn't know where all the evacuees were. And I found that really troublesome, knowing that the high state health needs are we all need on such a regular basis, and no confidence that those are being provided. So I'd really encourage folks to look at the ESS piece, and because that's when your members feel it the most. That they're left out there. They might be in a hotel all by themselves, or if they're lucky, they're 3 or 4 of them together, but their family unit they're so accustomed to is broken apart. They don't have any ready means of communicating broadly with the community, whether that be chief and council or other members. So if you look at it from the Sphere Handbook perspective, it matches our worldview, and I encourage that because it is a UN accepted framework, and again, we can apply it. And then secondly, Harold, I just wanted to raise that with the upcoming resolution on the regional action plan, as chair of the emergency planning secretary, where we're bringing 31 mainland Coast Salish communities together from Yale to Semiahmoo to Squamish on all things emergency, I've committed to develop a regional action plan for our 31 communities. But in the last month or so, I've really given it a new type of consideration, Harold, where it's not so much a regional action plan, it's more of a disaster resilience plan based on climate change. Because for you folks that are fighting wildfires up there, well, I'm going to face the results of those wildfires by added stress on our freshet in the springtime. There's going to be added impacts on salmon, because remember, we can't only think of our human values, it's our non-human values. Salmon, what can we do to better protect them? What can we do to better protect wildlife in that environment too? So if you look at it from disaster resilience in a human and non-human context, Harold, I think that's a good descriptor of how it is that we see the world out there. Each and every one of us here are obliged to look after salmon. We are obliged to look after our deer, our moose, our elk, those kind of things. So if you, in a resilience context, you can respond to it. In a protection aspect, you can't. So just further consideration for as we build out this regional action plan, if it ends up being retitled, don't be alarmed by it. It's the intention of building something in BC, for BC, like we've done in other areas, in this case around emergency management, but to best meet our needs based on their rights, whether you're calling inherent, constitutional, or declaration, or DRIP up, C15, but it's our worldview, and it takes into consideration meaningfully our obligations to our non-human relatives. Thanks, Harold.
Thank you very much, Tyrone. Your comments do reflect the comments that Chief Robbins has put in the chat about the need to improve the emergency management and response process. And in fact, in many ways, I think it's a bit of an advertisement for the lessons learned discussion, which I imagine Wayne will be having, you'll be having at the October 20 to 21 Emergency Management Forum that was mentioned. Over to Chief Don Tom. Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you, Harold. Thank you, Chief Lewis, and thank you, Wayne. It's been an incredibly difficult summer for many First Nations, and particularly those First Nations in the interior. And I can't imagine the experience that your members have gone through and continue to go through. When we look at the response that the province has given, for me, it's and I'm sure First Nations who've been through wildfires before, the discussions about recovery, discussions about costs, discussions about these pieces that come afterwards, and I think the relationship I find between isn't so beneficial for First Nations. And the Emergency Program Act is where these problems lie. And the bilateral agreement between EMBC and ISK does not work and does not serve First Nations. We need a tripartite emergency management services agreement, and to move in that direction, to have some autonomy and to embed ourselves more so in the response and embed ourselves. I've heard it from Wayne, that they are part of, whether it's a PREOC or EOCs, that they're embedded within EMBC now. I think that's a step in the right direction, but we must move even beyond this. And I think when some of the discussions that I've heard were quite concerning, and the length that they've gone on in providing resources to communities, lengthy discussions about providing generators, many communications going back and forth over something that should be provided immediately. And the fact that someone else is continuing to make these decisions, and doesn't come with the First Nations or cultural lens, just tells me that First Nations are not the beneficiaries of this bilateral agreement. There's much work that we have to do, and my prayers continue to go out to Chief Lewis and to all the other communities that are still being affected. Their members are still out in towns. Their members are still struggling, and I can't imagine how difficult that is for you as a chief and as a community. And I think it just shows that First Nations are being, I feel that we're being a second thought in much of the decisions that are being made and how our involvement is. But kudos to everyone for continuing to do the work regardless of the resources that are available. And I think that's something that, our resiliency, unfortunately, being there for community members and ensuring that their safety and well-being is taken care of, and all the staff that, your staff that are doing the tremendous work and the long evenings. And we're in a climate crisis right now. And if this is going into November, that's unheard of. And that's deeply concerning for, I think, many First Nations. But thank you, Harold. I'll leave my comments there.
Thank you very much, Chief Tom. I do, Chief Byron Lewis has raised his hand again, so let's take that as the final comment before we turn to the draft resolution that is there. And it is the regional action plans for disaster risk reduction, but I believe Tyrone has referred to it more as disaster resilience. Back to you, Chief Louis. Chief Lewis. Or were you just, I see your hand is down.
Hold on, there we go. There, I had to unmute. All right, again, Byron Lewis, Chief Leo Okanagan Band. A couple of really quick points that we really need to start thinking about how we're going to tie this in. And this isn't going to be the only fire in this province. So we really need to start looking at, participation in the recovery process. And we also need to understand that it's just not us, it's also ungulates that are going to be displaced, from that fire that was over 834 square kilometers. And if you look at what's going to happen to some of the predators like bears that are usually putting on weight around this time, that are going to possibly go into hibernation underweight, which means they're going to be waking up in time for when there's absolutely nothing. I think this is some of the things that we really need to talk about. But when it's being rebuilt, I think that's one of the things we need to talk about is our use of prescribed burns and all these other processes that we use and that were basically curtailed in the last 140 years that directly resulted in what we've seen today. And we have this one place in our community where we have one of our elders who is, she must be in her 80s now, has been doing prescribed burns behind her home on the hillside for about going on about 2 or 3 decades. And you look at the results of this, where her area that she's been doing her described burns has the timbers are still green in there. The fire was hot and it ran right underneath the story, but right next to it where it wasn't done, burnt right to the top, and it was a really intense heat. So these are some of the things that we really need to look at, but not only the use of that, but the differences in terms of biodiversity, where you have this unhealthy part that we weren't allowed to use our traditional means of or not applying our traditional means of land management in an area that did, and the effects are night and day. It's incredible to actually see it. And the other thing that we really need to consider is, infrastructure. This actually points to the need for infrastructure. All through this, we were dependent on sources that had to actually have water being pumped directly from the lake. We just went to court over the whole issue on a class action and participated in another a court action against Canada. And I need people to really think about this for a moment. DIA's formula has us that we have about 720 liters per household, and adjacent communities on the outside have either 2,800 to 3,600 liters per day per household. And when it comes to fire and fire protection, that is not enough, because what happens is that 720 is for you washing your clothes, doing your dishes, doing all these other showers, all these. It does not have an application in there for fire protection. And about a year ago, we had, at the height of the summer, that fires are raging around us, where we had about 45 minutes of water left in our reservoir. So it's not only about, what you see in the natural environment. It's not only about these others, but we need to take into consideration that they basically are putting our people in danger by not having adequate water to protect. And we lost 2 members in our community, 2 young boys, about 30 years ago. And this was the reason why they built fire stations in there that don't even cover off the area where these boys lost their lives. So when you think about this goes beyond just the scope of inside of your community, but gets into the national policy itself on infrastructure, lack of water, and other resources that our communities require, that everyone else takes it for granted in this country. These are life-threatening. These are issues that we really need to concentrate on and really bring those to a forefront, because it's a recovery process. We have to go back and correct what's been done for the last 140 years. So this is more or less the application also our traditional knowledge and our rights, and the management of our lands in accordance with our terms and conditions. And that is something that we need to take into consideration. With that, I'll leave it with that.
Thank you very much, Chief Louis. I do want to note that Chief Janet Webster has been able to join us, and so we do want to provide her with some time for comments prior to moving to the resolution. Welcome, Chief Webster.
Hello, I'm sorry I'm late. I've been busy with other stuff, personal stuff, and I just want to say that
apologize.
I just want to say it's very, very devastating for our community. And when we talk about climate change, and when Byron talks about water necessity to help, we had our reservoir going on to help with a fire in a 2-mile, 3-mile area outside of town, and there wasn't sufficient water. And then we had a fire going up towards Lillooet, 4-mile to 9-mile where I live. And I was lucky that I had a reservoir that was able to assist the firefighters along with the bombing of the fires to help save the 2 homes that were here, but also save the homes 6-mile to 7-mile, because we have individual water wells holding tanks that look after our homes through creeks. So we were very fortunate that we had that kind of source of water. But it's the disaster that has happened has displaced all of our people, and we're all over the all over BC, and that we're still displaced, and we're working on a recovery plan. First, we need to recover, and then we need to bring interim housing, and then we got to do cleanup, and then we have to do rebuild. So we're very, it's very time consuming. The first probably 3 weeks was very tiring because we're getting so many calls, so many people wanted to help, and we didn't know where to start. Like, I was on a medical leave, and then I had my deputy chief that was looking after it the first week. So we were trying to scramble and find out where all our people were. And we have different EOCs that are open in Kamloops, Merritt, Abbotsford, Chilliwack, Lillooet. So our people are still displaced, the majority of them from the main town that burnt down, and there's two of our main reserves burnt, and one smaller reserve up about 3 or 4 miles out of town. So we're just still trying to work and walk through it. And we thank everybody who gave us support throughout our time and energy to give us that strength to move forward. So I thank everybody. Homas.
Thank you very much, Chief Webster, and really appreciate you being able to take a bit of time to join us. Chiefs and proxies, let's move to the resolution. We are at 4:43, and so we do want to wrap up as close to on time as possible. You have before you a draft resolution number 5, support for the development of a BC First Nations Regional Action Plan for Disaster Risk Reduction. I do need a mover and seconder for this resolution, so I will check for the raised hands to see if I volunteer for that. So thank you very much, Chief Donna Aljam as the mover, and Chief Byron Lewis as the seconder, and thank you, Chief Jack, for your offer as well. In terms of the resolution, it begins by stating that First Nations must be full and equal partners in all aspects of emergency management decision-making and all phases of emergency management implementation in their territories, which you've heard well spoken to by the speakers this afternoon. And it references 3 specific reports: the Trial by Fire report, the Fires Awakened Us report, and the Abbott-Chapman report. Whereas as B through E really talk to the 2015 to 2030 Sendai Framework for Disaster Reduction, which references Indigenous peoples, which also references the need for and the creation of regional action plans, and then highlights 4 priorities within these disaster risk priorities within these regional action plans, which I'll mention or be it resolves. And then it also refers in whereas F and G to the work that the First Nations Leadership Council has been doing through the Tripartite Emergency Management MOU and through the declaration and protocol with the First Nations Emergency Services Society. And so with that context, it moves to the therefore be it resolves that the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly demand that any regional action plan developed by British Columbia must be done in conjunction with Indigenous people and must recognize and uphold our inherent and constitutionally protected Indigenous title and rights and treaty rights, and be consistent with the historic Supreme Court of Canada's Chilcotin Nation judgment and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. 2, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly direct the BCAFN Regional Chief and staff, working with the First Nations Summit, the Union of BC Indian Chiefs Executive, and working as the First Nations Leadership Council to develop a BC First Nations Regional Action Plan for Disaster Risk Reduction that will provide opportunity to understand disaster risk, strengthen disaster risk governance to manage disaster risk, invest in disaster risk reduction and resilience, and enhance disaster preparedness for effective response, and to, quote, build back better, unquote, recovery, rehabilitation, and reconstruction. 3, the BC and Chiefs in Assembly support the development and implementation of a BC First Nations-led regional action planning session for disaster risk reduction that will strengthen and facilitate First Nations-led implementation of the Tripartite Emergency MOU. And 4, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly direct the BCAFN Regional Chief and staff, working with the First Nations Summit and the Union of BC Indian Chiefs Executive as the First Nations Leadership Council, the Tripartite Management Working Group and the First Nations Emergency Services Society to prepare a draft BC First Nations Regional Action Plan for disaster risk reduction for review by First Nations in BC that upholds the principles of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, implements the recommendations of the Trial by Fire, the Natalie Wotton and the Shovel Lake Fire Report, the Chilcotin Report, the Chilcotin in the report awakened us, and the Abbott Chapman Report, and is in alignment with the 2015 to 2013 Sendai Framework for Disaster Reduction. Is there a need for discussion of this resolution? Is there a need for discussion of this resolution? Seeing none, then may we look for, I see Cookby Robbins, please, over to you, sir.
Yeah, I'm going to abstain from this. There's a couple of reasons why. The first reason for me would be the risk reduction. There needs to be more developed around the relief piece. You know, we can be proactive all we can, but you know, I look at Lytton First Nation. I mean, they've been destroyed. Lytton community's been destroyed, and there's nothing in this that says that they're going to support with the relief funds. And I think that needs to be included in this resolution. We've been really fortunate up here with ceremonies that we have on a regular basis out on land. We've protected, and we've been burning for going on almost 15, 20 years to protect our community forest. And we do that with our own source revenue. We don't rely on a lot of the provincial regulations because they tend to bog things down with bureaucracies. And it just gets to a point where let's just go do it anyway. If they want to fine us, they can. But we need to protect our landscape units. We need to protect our communities, our homes, and we also need to protect our wildlife and our harvesting areas. And there's nothing in this resolution that says that that's going to be protected in any way. So I abstain from this. Thank you, Harold.
Thank you very much, and we'll note that abstention with the explanation. Appreciate that. Is there a need for further discussion of the resolution? Last call, is there a need for further discussion of the resolution? Seeing or hearing none, let us then move to the question. Are there any objections to the draft resolution? Any objections? In addition to the one abstention, are there any other abstentions? Are there any other abstentions? Seeing or hearing none, then with your permission, we'll note that this is passed with the consensus of the remainder. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That does conclude our agenda for today. I do want to note that Cookby Robbins wins the door prize, the final door prize of the day. So congratulations on that. I will note, in addition to the agenda on Thursday morning at 11:45, the leader of the federal NDP party, Jagmeet Singh, has confirmed that he will be present by Zoom to speak to the delegation. In terms of our agenda tomorrow, we start at 9 a.m. We do have Minister Rankin on deck for 9:10 a.m. and he will stay for the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act presentation that follows. There are 10 DRIPA and 9 other topics on our agenda tomorrow, as well as 7 resolutions aligned with that, and we do hope to get through those all. So climate change, energy mines and the Energy Mining Council, forestry, anti-racism legislation, and we will be joined by the parliamentary secretary leading that anti-racism legislation effort in the province. Rana Singh will join us at 1 o'clock, immediately following our lunch break. We will then turn to the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Girls and the Two-Spirited Plus presentation on those engagement sessions. Housing and Infrastructure Council, the Indian Residential School, and the unidentified graves that have been found will be a part of our afternoon session. Economic development, We'll return to the education section, but it's to pick up on that racism conversation with a specific reference to one school district. And then we will recess around 4:30 and we'll turn to the candidates forum for the Women's Council candidates, and we'll also hear from the Bcafn electoral officer before we wrap up our day around 5:30 tomorrow. So with that, I want to thank everybody for their participation, and I encourage you to enjoy the remainder of the day and your evening, and we will see you back here at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Please sign in a few minutes early if you can, so that we can make sure we've got a quorum present and able to pick up with our agenda immediately. So thank you very much, everybody. Enjoy your evening.